Hey there, REM Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Rem Alternis, and today we'll be chatting with New York Times best-selling author and game designer, Matt Forbeck. We have a fantastic giveaway of a PDF copy of Matt Forbeck's Shotguns and Sorcery 5e sourcebook. Type hashtag REMPC in the chat for your free entry to win, and the drawing will be done at the end of today's episode of Emerald Glitch Last Call, coming up right after Rules of Cool. You can also get bonus entries by donating bits or subscribing. Every 100 bits gets you a bonus entry, and subscribing gets you 7 whole bonus entries. Now, in Rem Alternis news, get ready for Rift Zone Contact, a revolutionary war game for everyone. Boosted Reality is mending reality with AR with their Rift Zone Contact mobile application, playable anywhere with nothing but minis and mobile devices. The seamless combo of app and minis simplifies miniature war games, eliminating rules and calculations and making them more accessible to everyone. Find the Rift Zone Backer Kit launch page in chat. Kevin J. Anderson's short fiction library is now live on Kickstarter. This 7-volume set has 750,000 words of science fiction, fantasy, horror, and dark fantasy covering 50 years of his career. Learn more about the project at the link in chat. Now, it's time to get right into our conversation for this week, so stay tuned, REMPCs. Hey everyone, welcome back, and welcome, Matt.
Hi, Rem. How you doing?
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
I made my Zoom really small for some reason. I clicked very excitedly to talk to you, and now I messed it up.
All right, I'm still here.
I'm so excited to talk to you today. I got to meet you. What was it? GameholeCon in October?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, we got to play. Was it Amaria?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that was a great time. So then it was one of those moments that I was telling you about before the show frequently, where I'm like, oh yeah, hi, really nice to meet you. I'm sorry, you did what? So I'll be excited to hear all about the cool stuff that you've been working on. But the first question I always like to ask is, what is your history as a gamer? How did you get started?
Oh man, that's a long one. Let's see. I started out when I was like, as far as D&D and stuff, I started out playing D&D and I was like 12 years old. I had a friend across the street whose mom had got him the Holmes set for Dungeons and Dragons, Eric Holmes set, in a Kmart Blue Light special for Christmas. And I think it took him like 4 months to figure out what the hell the game is about. And then we sat down and started playing that summer. We played every day all summer long and just beat the hell out of that game and had a ball doing it. I had the good fortune, if you want to call it that, of growing up in southern Wisconsin, not too far from where TSR was, publishers of D&D back in those days. So I started going to conventions when I was like 13 years old, Winter Fantasies in Lake Geneva, and then Gen Cons, and even had Gary Gygax come run a tournament for us here in Beloit
Cool.
when I was a kid. So got an autographed book over there. He signed my player's handbook in '82, right? So yeah, I started doing that. Then I got into college. I had a guy named Will Niebling kind of help me out doing stuff. I had Will was a sales associate who's then now doing stuff with Gamma. He was with Gamma for many years. And he kind of coached me through it along with a lot of guys like Troy Denning and Steve Sullivan, Andre Hayday, all these ex-TSR folks from back in the day. When I got out of college, I went to go work for Games Workshop on a student work visa, which is a very long story, but basically involves me flying to a part of the world where I didn't know anybody and knocking on a door and getting lucky. So,
oh my gosh.
Yeah. I ended up working for them for 6 months on a student work visa, and they offered me a full-time job. And then I said, well, let me take a look. And my girlfriend at the time said, this is back before FaceTime, much less Zoom or anything, right?
Yeah.
No, back before email, actually. So we were writing letters to each other, like, like cave people did back in the day. Um, and I said, well, I think she's got a couple more years of school left, so I think I'm going to go back and be with her instead of taking the job. So, and that's now my wife of 30, almost 32 years, and the mother of my 5 kids. So it worked out pretty well.
Oh, good choice.
And then I ran, I started doing freelancing. I started a company called Pinnacle Entertainment Group with Shane Hensley. We did Deadlands, Brave New World, bunch of other stuff. They do Savage Worlds nowadays is their big thing. And then when we started having kids, I left that company. We moved back to Wisconsin. And 3 years after we had our first child, then quadruplets came along and started having to feed them. So it's been an interesting
Wow.
ride. And 2 of them are going to graduate next Saturday from different colleges on the same day. So just
Oh.
as inconvenient as their birth. Like, come on, guys, sequentially, eventually, someday. So, and yeah, over the years, I did a lot of D&D stuff, and a lot of other games. Right now, I'm working on the Marvel role-playing game, which has been a big thing for me. Also did tons of novels. I've written like 35, 40 novels, endless quest books, video games, all sorts of different things. But
That's so cool.
basically, I just get paid to make things up for a living, which is fun.
Awesome. So when did you first begin writing for games?
Well, the first time I did stuff, the first thing I did that ever got published was in like Polyhedron #7 for the RPGA, way back when I entered a contest. I came in like a first runner-up or whatever, special guest mention or whatever the heck it was, for some gadget I invented for Top Secret. And then I had my own zine that I published that we had a booth at Gen Con for the year I turned 17.
Oh, wow.
Summer I turned 17. And so that was when I first started publishing. Then when I was in college, I started freelance editing. So I did some stuff for Will Niebling at Mayfair Games. I worked on their Myth Fortunes board game that they did. And then parlayed that into being an editor at New Infinities, which was Gary Gygax's second company after TSR. And I actually found an unpublished Gary Gygax novel in my attic a few years ago because the company had folded after they had asked me to edit, and I had forgotten about it. I just stuffed it in a box someplace. And,
Oh, wow.
oh, well. So it ended up going back to the family and the widows. So,
That's awesome.
but I was like, wow, that's kind of wild.
Yeah.
What happens when your kids start digging through your stuff? Like, what do you got here, Dad? Oh my God, I haven't seen that in forever. I think so. My first paid thing, I think, was that Myth Fortunes game where I came in and wrote the rules for it. And then I started doing mostly editing because that was the easy way to break in. And then I moved over to doing writing and developing and such, and did that for TSR and for Target Games out of Sweden. We worked on the Mutant Chronicles role-playing game and bunches of other stuff and collectible card games. And like I did the collectible card game for Wildstorms, which was Jim Lee's division of Image Comics way back
Oh,
in the day,
cool.
back in the early 90s, which is actually how I ended up getting the Marvel job because Jim's vice president was a guy named John Nee. And John ended up becoming a vice president at DC Comics and then the publisher at Marvel Comics, and called me up and said, Matt, you interested in writing a Marvel role-playing game? I'm like, yeah, how do you can't say no to that. I said, okay, sure. And I had written a couple of Marvel encyclopedias in the meantime and worked on some Marvel MMOs and designed another. I did Marvel Battle Dice, which a game that was a mass market game that came out from Playmates Toys actually about 20 years ago. Had TV commercials and such, which is just wild, right?
Wow.
So yeah, it's just been a long career that I'm lucky to work with some wonderful people, and I'm lucky they keep asking me back, which is even better.
So something as huge as the Marvel RPG. What about in video games? What have you done that either our watchers might recognize or something that was really meaningful for you?
Well, I think the first thing I ever wrote was the cutscenes for Armed Assault, which was a very hardcore military shooter that came out back about 25 years ago. 20
Oh,
years.
wow.
But then I ended up, the funny thing, you work on video games, about half of them don't even get announced, much less come out, right? The ones that people would recognize, I mean, recently I was the lead writer, or one of the 2 lead writers on Hard West 2, which was a kind of a Deadland style
Neat.
tactical shooter. And I got to do the voice directing for that too. So I got
Oh, cool.
Kevin Conroy, and it was just tons of fun. I wrote the player versus environment missions for Warhammer 40,000 Tacticus, which is a mobile game that came out a couple of years ago, I guess. I was lead writer on a game called Biomutant that hit all sorts of different platforms, and actually, I guess it's going to come out for Switch here shortly too.
Oh, neat. Cool.
I was a story doctor for Assassin's Creed Origins, right? Which was a lot of fun. They had like 6 writers working on the game over 3 years, and they came to me and said, "This kind of sounds like 6 writers have been working on the game for 3 years." So, yeah, and they were great writers. I'm not, denigrating any of them. They gave me great stuff to work with, but I just had to come in and polish the dialogue for Bayek, the main character, so it sounded like he'd been written by one person with no
Right.
voice, right? So when the voice actor comes in, he can just nail it, or she can nail it, because I guess she can play either way that way. I
Neat.
forget. Yeah. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I get asked to do all sorts of wild stuff over the years, and occasionally even get paid for it, which is even better. So,
Awesome.
yeah.
Cool. So you've worked with so many incredibly large companies in your time. Which, if you had to pick one project that was like, I'm so glad I got to be part of that, what would it be?
The Marvel game's pretty, I learned how to read on Marvel comics back when I was a kid. So, on Spidey comics, which were grouped with the Electric Company back in those days. It was a TV show that came on after Sesame Street, right? So, and there was this guy named Easy Reader who would introduce the little snips, and he was in the comics, but he was also in the TV show. He kept, hey, Spider-Man, slip me some skin. It was this black guy from the 70s, right? And turns out that he was actually played by Morgan Freeman, believe it or not. So,
Wow.
Morgan Freeman helped me learn how to read. Good man. And it was, so that's been a really close one to me. Working on D&D has been a lot of fun over the years. Halo, I wrote 3 Halo novels too. 2 of them are sequels to my favorite Halo game, which was Halo 3 ODST. So, which is got a main character voiced by Nathan Fillion. So I had Nathan's voice rattling in the back of my head for 6 to 12 months, and
That's not a bad
yeah, it's
problem.
a worst problem to have, really, right? He's got great delivery. He's got that little snark going on.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun working on that. And the Halo team were wonderful people to work with too. Every time I would come and say, "How about this?" They're like, "Well, yeah, this is great, but this part kind of doesn't work. But here's an idea that fixes it. But if you want to come up with something on your own, you're more than welcome to." They were just wonderful to
Oh,
work with.
cool.
And Marvel's been really great to work with too, honestly. I work with the team of 3 guys. There's CJ Cervantes is my producer, lead producer, I guess is what he calls himself. Then there's Amir Osman, the assistant producer, and Brian Overton, our editor. And those are the 3 main guys I work with. Plus, we have all sorts of wonderful PR people and copy editors and marketing and lawyers and all sorts of wonderful folks too. But those are the guys I get to talk to on a weekly basis, if not more often. So,
That's awesome.
yeah, it's lots of fun.
Cool.
It's great to work with people who are excited about what you're doing, and everybody really wants to make wonderful things for people to have fun with.
So I'm going off book here. Sorry,
Sure.
Tyler. So I didn't know about you and Shane partnering up
Yeah.
for Pinnacle. So what was that like, and what was the vision for Pinnacle?
Well, mostly we started out as drinking buddies at conventions. So at one point Shane came up with this idea for Deadlands, and he called me and a guy named Greg Gordon. And Greg was the guy who designed Torg and DC Heroes and a bunch of other really wonderful games. I think he did the original James Bond game for Victory Games way back in the day too. And flew us out to Shane's place in Blacksburg, Virginia, and kind of pitched us on the game. I said, "Well, I really like this game, so I'd like to be part of the company." Unfortunately, Greg was not able to join us because he was going through a divorce at the time. He's like, "I got to focus on this." Then I eventually moved out to Virginia for like 4 years and was the lead developer for Deadlands, and then for Brave New World, which was my game, which was a dystopian superhero game I did with Pinnacle back in the day, which I guess is like 25 years old this year. Jeez. Okay.
Wow.
It goes quick. But yeah, Shane and I were just good friends and decided that, we had a lot of respect for each other's design abilities. I had done a ton of layout and marketing and sales at that point. So, and he had done some stuff for his company, which was Pinnacle Entertainment, but he'd also done a collectible card game. It was a World War II collectible card game, and I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. I wasn't involved with it, but it was some wonderful stuff they had done with that. Yeah. So, yeah, and we've kept in touch over the years. He lives out in Arizona these days. In fact, he was a guest at GameholeCon.
Yeah, I met him there too.
Yeah, I got to see him there for the first time in a while because he doesn't do a ton of conventions these days.
Oh, neat. Oh, cool. Well, it was great to meet him too, and his excitement over Shadowrun was a
Yeah,
good bonding moment for us.
exactly.
Awesome. So Deadlands I want to talk about because I've gotten to
Sure.
play that. I love that game. Our GM actually for Emerald Glitch that's coming up after this for the season finale, he ran Deadlands for us on live stream,
Nice.
the 20th anniversary edition,
Um,
which you can't find anymore. Um, so where did the idea come from for both just the genre and the system?
right. Deadlands was, I think it was a prom cover for Necropolis Atlanta, which was a book that come out for Vampire Masquerade, right? And it had a cover that Brom had done with the undead Confederate gunslinger on the cover. And Shane just fell in love with it. And so he's like, yeah, I'm going to do this. We're going to make it happen. I was a big Western fan because I had written Western Hero for Iron Crown and for Hero Games before that, and Outlaw, which was a Rollmaster variant for same kind of
Cool.
thing. And eventually I ended up doing, even after I did, Hard West 2, obviously, but then I did a game called High Stakes Drifter for Whiz Kids, which was
Ooh.
a collectible card game for the Old West as well for Jordan Weissman, right? So back in the day. And um, so Shane brought me in for my publishing expertise and a lot of my knowledge of the West. We kind of bonded over that, right? And it was mostly his baby. I mean, all the way. He just was the guy who came up with it, loved it. He insisted we hire Brom to do a cover for the game, which actually turned out to be, that glorious, gorgeous cover that we had in the first
Cool.
product for it. So probably the best marketing money we spent was spending money on that artwork because it's just iconic. It's just
Yeah.
beautiful too. So, and you actually, I'm going to be at Origins here coming up in I guess a month or two. Oh, not even a month. Holy cow. But they have an Origins anthology that they do for that. And they said, are you going to, because they have me out as a guest of honor for writing and for gaming. And for the writers, they have an Origins anthology of short stories. They're like, oh, just write up any short story, we'll put it in there. I'm like, man, I don't have time to write up a short story right now. But I had a short story I wrote up for Deadlands that was a sequel to stuff I had written 25 years before that was still, Shane was holding on to it for an anthology that didn't happen. So I said, how about you guys publish that? So that'll actually be out at Origins.
Oh,
So people can
cool.
read, how Ronan Lynch, who's the lead character from the game, who was the character I had played in the game, how his story has gone on since then. So it's
That's
fun.
so cool. Oh, neat. That'll be fun.
Yeah,
Little
good
Easter
time.
egg for
Yeah,
Origins. Cool.
Ronan was named after another drinking buddy of mine, an Irish exchange student back when I was in college. So, I'm like, I'm gonna
All of
steal
this
your name,
starts
Ronan.
with drinking buddies.
Yeah, no, I am from Wisconsin. That's all.
So what property got, I think the answer to this is just yes.
Sure.
What property do you believe you've left the largest mark on?
Deadlands I worked a lot on. Marvel, I'm doing a lot of great stuff on. Halo, I think I left a pretty good mark on that doing that. Let's see. I actually wrote. No, I think the Guild Wars novel I wrote, that Bridges Guild Wars 1 and 2, is actually, it does a really good job of that too. So, Blood Bowl. I wrote 4 Blood Bowl novels, and I think for a long time they were the only fiction that was available for that game at all.
Oh, cool.
So, that kind of sprang out of what I was doing when I was working at Games Workshop.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking over my shelf here. I got lots of stuff.
Just think for ideas.
Yeah, you do them all for fun, and then you move on to the next one, and you just hope people enjoy what you did.
Yeah, man. So now we know you have 5 kids now with the quadruplets and the older, the 3-year-old when you had the quadruplets. So
25 now, but yeah.
now I'm gonna have to make you pick your favorite out of
Oh,
all
no.
of the games you have been part of.
Of all the games, okay.
What
I
is
thought
your
you asked me about my
favorite
kids. There
to
you go.
play?
Oh, my favorite to play?
These are all your kids. It's
I like playing, the funny part is I tell my kids this too. I mean, right now I'm playing a lot of the Marvel game because we play test the hell out of it, right?
Mhm.
But I'm a terrible game player, right? I don't play games to get better at them. I play them to learn how they work, right?
Mhm.
So I get a game and I dissect it and I go, okay, how did that work? And then I'm done. I move on to the next thing, and I don't really pay attention to the game after that. It's the same way when I'm working on a game. I'll work out. I'll devote every bit of attention I have to it, every bit of creativity I can come up with, and then when I'm done, I move on to the next thing. I just put that out of my head until
Oh,
I
wow.
have to go to the next one. or until I have to come back to it. So I mean, yeah, like right now I think the Marvel game is really good. I'd like to get back to Brave New World because it's, I got
Cool.
the rights back to it. I'd like to come back and do something with that. Shotguns and Sorcery, which is based on some novels I wrote, which is originally going to be a D20 setting right before my wife got pregnant with quadruplets and I had to shelve it.
Oh,
I actually sold it to Mongoose. I licensed it to Mongoose.
oh, neat.
And then I had to write them and say, I don't think I can do that this year because, I got a lot going on. But then Robin Laws asked me for a short story and I dusted that off and wrote a short story for it. And then I wrote some novels for it because I had this crazy project in 2012 called 12 for 12, where I decided I was going to write a dozen novels in a year, right? And I broke them up into 4 different Kickstarters, and I ran a Kickstarter for each trilogy.
Wow.
The second one of those was Shotguns and Sorcery, yeah. And they were only like 50,000 word novels. They're not really long or anything, but the idea was I knew I could knock out 50,000 words pretty quickly and then do everything else. And I ended up not writing all 12 novels that year, but I wrote 10 of those. I wrote 9 of those and a Leverage TV tie-in novel for the Leverage TV show that was about 80,000 words.
Oh, cool.
A StarCraft 2 novella, and I think 9 issues of the Magic the Gathering comic book.
Wow.
So I failed, but I failed pretty well. It's like
You fail up. That's awesome.
if you shoot high and you miss it, it's okay, right? You still did a lot of great work. If you don't bother to aim high at all, then you have a real problem.
That's true. That's an awesome way to look at it. So as a writer, what writers are out there that have inspired your work?
Well, if you look at Shotguns and Sorcery, for instance, it's clear that J.R.R. Tolkien had a huge influence on me, and Raymond Chandler actually, which for hard-boiled detective fiction, the guy writes just amazingly well, and that kind of iconic hero, the man who is not a good man, but has to do things for good people, right, and knows how to walk these streets, these troubled streets, to correct things. That's just such a great iconic character I love to play with. So, and over the years, I've had lots and lots of friends who have become novelists too, or I met them when they were writers. So I read pretty widely and don't even try to stick to genre, just whatever comes my way. A lot of it tends to be nonfiction. I've read so many comic books in the last because basically for the Marvel game, I read as many comic books as I can. But Tolkien and Chandler, I think, are the biggest influences on me. Hemingway was a big influence when I was younger, and just the idea that you could write economically and try to imply stuff without having to spell things out. I think he does a really good job with. But for world building and characters you just fall in love with and everything else, J.R.R. Tolkien is just fantastic. And there's a guy who he was a very devout Catholic. I grew up Catholic. I'm very lapsed Catholic now. But I admire the way he could just, instead of pounding you over the head with his beliefs, would just let them exude from what he's writing. Right?
Yeah.
So you never really, like, if you look at C.S. Lewis, Lewis is always like, and this is what God meant, and this is how the lion means God, and you're like, okay, I got it. You can stop now. But Tolkien was just, he's like, you should never clobber anybody over the head. You should just write your story, be true to your own beliefs, and that will just come out of it naturally. And I always thought that was something to emulate too, whether you believe in God or not, or whatever you're working with. Just to have your own ethos creep out of what you're doing rather than having to spell it out for people.
Yeah. Neat. Okay. So what would you say, or what advice would you give to people aspiring to become a writer?
Don't quit your day job, is what they always say. Right? But I mean, I never had a day job. I pretty much worked for myself ever since I got out of college, with a couple small exceptions. It was when I ran Pinnacle, and then after my wife had the quadruplets, I went to go work for a company called Human Head Studios for like 18 months solely for the health insurance. Right. So best thing you can do is find a way to get health insurance. If you have to, pay for it through the marketplace, marry somebody who's got great benefits, whatever the hell you got to do. That's a great thing to do.
Also for love.
And
don't forget love.
I mean, you shouldn't do it just for the benefit. But this is a different kind of friends with benefits, right? And so, I mean, find a way to make yourself stable. The other thing I'd say to do is really, there's a couple things. One is, from an economic point of view, find a place you can live cheaply, cut your expenses. because the route to success for creativity is often a long one. Some people knock it out of the park their first time, but most people don't. And your business plan should not be predicated upon you being the next Stephen King or whoever, right?
Yeah.
Or Brandon Sanderson or whatever. It's just not going to happen very likely, right? So try to cut your expenses. That gives you more swings at the ball, right? More chances at plate than the one shot you might get if you're trying to live in New York City and pay those kind of rents, right?
Yeah.
So, cut your expenses, do that kind of stuff. And from a creative point of view, write stuff that you enjoy, right? That speaks to you. Don't try to chase a market, because by the time your book comes out or whatever you're working on your game, that market will have moved on to something else.
Mhm.
And, it's like, oh, but zombies are great. Like, well, yeah, but, they'll probably be great in 5 years too. It's okay, but write the thing that you care about, because, even if you don't sell it, or if it doesn't do well, at least you got to enjoy the time you were spending on it, right? And as a corollary to that, I like to, one of the things I think that helps me is actually enjoy the process of writing, right? And whether it's in game design, I enjoy doing these things. Like, I like thinking about the odds and how the rules are going to work together, and I like stringing together paragraphs and sentences and words so that they make sense and they're clean and coherent and people can understand them well. Um, I know some people they like to have written but cannot stand to write, and I think that's a terrible thing to do to yourself. Right? If you don't enjoy the process, and you don't get the glory and the money for it, man, that's just painful on all sides. But if you enjoy the process and you have fun with that, then the money and the fame and whatever the hell else comes from it is secondary, right?
Yeah.
It's gravy. And if you manage to be true to that first one, I think the second one is more easily going to come to you too. So
Cool.
yeah.
All right. So same question, but focused on game design, whether in tabletop or video game. What advice do you have?
Well, again, I mean, it's going to be, try to cut your expenses, do what you can. Man, working for a video game company right now is tough. As I keep telling my son Patrick, who's about to graduate with a game design degree, because there have been at least 10,000 layoffs every month for the last
Oh
18
my
months in the
gosh.
video game industry, right? It's a very tough market out there. That doesn't mean it won't get better. It doesn't mean you won't have chances at it, but, try to give yourself a lot of time. Try to make sure you're not running around doing crazy stuff with people who are making promises they can't keep.
Mhm.
Try to come up with your own stuff. I mean, start a studio with your friends. If you're actually doing game design, though, I think the main thing about game design is that it's an iterative process, right?
Mhm.
One thing, if you're doing writing, it tends to be a solo thing. You're just doing it by yourself, and you're coming up with stories, you're making it as good as you can. But game design, the first time you present it to anybody, they'll break the game, right? The second time, they'll break the game. The next time you present it to different people, they'll break it in a whole new way, right? And so your job is to figure out what's broken with your game and fix it, and to try to make it seem as if it was always a brilliant idea that you came up with in the first place. Because it should never seem like it was something that was a brilliant idea that had 16 things tacked onto it to make it workable. When you're
Right.
done with it, people should go, oh, that's great. And you're like, yeah, it's because you didn't see the 1,500 drafts I did before that. But that's part of the process, is you just go through, like when I'm designing a game, I'll sit down and write up the rules, like just, a sequence of play. I will print it out if I'm doing a board game or whatever. I will sit down and play the game by myself, taking every position at the table until I feel not embarrassed, so little embarrassed I can show it to my family or my friends. And then they'll embarrass me. And but at least it's doing it in private. And then I'll break that out and start doing it with more and more people as it gets better and better and better until I'm finally comfortable with sending it to people who have never met me and don't know anything about me and can give me feedback on it, right? At that point, you're really testing to see whether or not the expression of the game, the rules that you've written, are comprehensible to people, as
Yeah.
opposed to whether or not it's a good game. Because I often say, if you didn't understand the rules, it's because I didn't explain them well enough. It's not your fault. You're not stupid. My job is to make this clear to you.
Right.
And that's a very different set of skills than game design, actually.
Right.
It's one of the reasons I like to do writing as well. But writing the rules and designing the game are two separate sets of skills, and not all of us have those, right? I've had Mattel actually hire me to write rules for games I didn't design, right? They just like, hey, it was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Capsule Monsters game. They come in and say, hey, we have this great game, but now we need somebody who has not ever seen it before to write the rules. Just because I'm not close to it, that means I don't have anything sacred about it.
Right.
And I'll take a fresh take at it, right? So nice to get hired to do that kind of stuff.
Cool.
Mattel's a good company. So yeah.
Awesome. Neat. All right. Another hard question for you.
Mm-mm.
If you were stuck on a deserted island with one book, just one,
Yeah.
what would it be?
Now, my cheat for this is I want a really big book, one that's about 10 foot by 12 foot. Um, yeah, I honestly, I think I'd probably bring, um, well, I'd bring a survival manual, obviously. Something that help me, like, how do you skin a squirrel when you catch it out of a tree or whatever? I don't know. Stuff that I probably should have known growing up in Wisconsin, but don't. If I had to think about it as far as entertainment, I would probably want, which I'm sure is what the question actually intends. I would probably bring a gaming book like D&D or something like it, right? Or I would just bring a game, something I could play over and over. Either if it was me by myself, I'd have to bring a solo game, right?
Mhm.
But if I had a group of people, I'd try to bring a game that I thought we could all play that would be fun, right? Um, a lot of times these days with my kids, we play Wingspan or Wormspan or whatever. But
Mhm.
when I was starting out with them, John Kovalick's a friend of mine. He does all the artwork for Munchkin, but also was one of the guys behind Apples to Apples and such.
Oh, cool.
And he gave us a copy of Super Munchkin when the quads were very young, like 8 years old. I tried to teach him how to play, and man, there was just tears everywhere because you're stabbing your buddy in the back constantly, and 8-year-olds can't handle that.
Yeah.
So we played a boatload of cooperative games. So things like Pandemic or Forbidden Island, stuff like that.
Mhm.
Things that are different every time you play, but are always challenging. That's the kind of thing I want to bring along.
Cool. Oh, I like that answer. Neat.
Yeah.
So what does your convention schedule for this year look like?
That's a good question. I've already been to a couple so far. I might be at ACD Games Day next week,
Yay.
like 2 weeks from now. After that, it's Origins in June. I'm going to be a guest of honor at Origins from June 19th through 23rd. I believe I'm going to be at Comic-Con with Marvel, pushing the Marvel role-playing game. That's July 25th through 28th. And then 2 days after I get back from that, I have to go to Gen Con,
Wow.
which is July 31st through August 4th, which is my birthday. My birthday falls on Gen Con, which is always great. I also run the Diana Jones Award, which is this thing we've been doing for 20 some years now that does an award for excellence in gaming, right? We have a party that we put on Wednesday night before Gen Con for gaming industry professionals. So
Cool.
you'd be all more than welcome to join us.
Oh, I never knew about that. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Send
It's
me the
on, it
details.
starts at 9 o'clock. After everybody's gone and set up and had dinner, you come over and have some drinks with your friends, and we stop things for about a half hour, give out an award. We also give out the emerging designer. We have an emerging designer program now where we basically find a bunch of people that have been nominated, and we try to bring in some people who've only been designing like 4 years or less,
Cool.
and basically fly them out to Gen Con, show them around, have them give them a chance to show their games to people. We focus on marginalized people, but everybody's welcome to try. Give
That's
it a shot.
awesome.
Just yeah, we want to see fresh faces at Gen Con, really is the idea. Because if you
Yeah.
don't see fresh faces in any kind of a hobby or an industry, that dies.
Yeah.
Because
No, I
new
really
people come
appreciate
in
that.
all the
That's
time,
cool.
right? So that'll be at Gen Con, and that'll be a big part of what I'm doing there. And then let's see, I might be at Grand Con. I've been invited out to Grand Con in Grand Rapids. I have to decide whether I'm ready to give up by Labor Day weekend. But it's a great show. It's a great show. The folks out there running are fantastic people, and Grand Rapids is a great city. Um, and let's see, what's that one? I don't think I'm going to that one, whatever the heck. I don't even know what that is. Game Hole Con. I'll be back,
Yay.
right? So October 17th through the 20th in Madison, Wisconsin. One of my favorite shows of the year. The three shows I never miss are Gen Con, Gary Con, and Game Hole Con, right? And two of those
That's
are in
good
Wisconsin. And, it's an easy thing for me to go to.
Yeah.
And Gen Con I haven't missed in 40 some years, so I'm not going to miss it.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm helping out Gen Con this year. They're doing a celebration of D&D's 50th anniversary, right? It's been 50 years
Yeah.
since D&D came out. And they brought me in to help them with a slate for fiction writers, for writers in general.
Cool.
So I'm going to be helping them put together some panels for that and
Awesome.
celebrate some of the achievements people have done, those amazing things.
Cool. Oh, I love that. I love the work that you're doing with that. I'll make sure to, if I see you, I'll bring you some caffeine or something, since
There
you're
you
gonna
go.
have to do two back to back.
No,
That's rough.
It's gonna be, Gen Con or Comic Con, then Gen Con with the Diana Jones Award, and I also work on the Writer Symposium, so I'll do a few panels for that. And then these other panels for the D&D 50 plus. Marvel is going to be there pushing the Marvel game, and we're going to have the X-Men book. Ooh, I gotta come.
Ooh, show and tell.
There we go. That's the cover for the upcoming, yep, that's it, X-Men book.
Wow.
That'll be coming out at Gen Con. So,
That's awesome. Oh, that's exciting. Yeah,
yeah,
my
I'm
my
excited
next
about it.
my next question for you was what do you have coming down the pipeline? So
Well, the X-Men book, obviously. What else we have coming out that I can talk about? That's the nearest thing. And I just started working the Spider-Verse book too, which
ooh.
yeah, that's lots of fun. I love Spider-Man. So, what else can I talk about? I don't think most of it's been announced. That's always the trouble. You run around with these things called NDAs, non-disclosure agreements. So the publisher doesn't want you to talk about it until they're ready to talk about it.
Yeah.
And I'm ready to talk about it the moment I sign the contract. I'm excited. I want to do this, but they can't really. They want to be able to control that messaging a little bit better, and because people start asking the questions, when is it coming out, or what's going on here? So those are the two main things I can talk about right now.
Well, with X-Men coming out at Gen Con, I haven't gotten to play the Marvel RPG yet. Can you tell us a little bit about the system and
Sure,
how it
it's called the D616 system, and it's a fairly simple system. It takes 3 6-sided dice. 616 is a kind of a goof on Marvel's. If you're a Marvel fan, you know that the comic books take place on Earth 616, right? Which is actually a joke that Alan Moore made back in a Captain Britain comic from Marvel UK way back in the 80s.
Wow.
And he did it because DC Comics was always like, the main stuff is Earth 1 and the Golden Age stuff is Earth 2. And Alan's like, that's because you think you're special, doesn't it? You're 1 and 2, sure, but Marvel is it's any random number, 616. So we kind of came up with that dice mechanic based on that. So if you get a 1 on the Marvel die, which is you can use any 3 6-sided dice, one of them has to be an off color or marked somehow to show you that's the Marvel die. If you get a 1 on that, it counts as a 6. So that's the best roll you can get. It's 18. But then something special happens too, right? Like if you're using a power, it has a special effect attached to it. If you're just punching somebody in battle, it does double damage. And you can actually use karma points and edges and hindrances or edges and trouble to affect your dice rolls.
Cool.
So people will help each other out. Say, I'm spending a karma point to get that extra dice roll. Man, you watch people play this game, and when that happens, they just cheer. It's amazing.
Yay! Oh, I love those moments.
Yeah,
it makes it so fun.
First time I saw somebody play the game that wasn't me running it was at Comic-Con last year, and it was the Glass Cannon Network. These great guys, right? Great gamers, a lot of fun, really good, funny people. And they were playing it at a live play at Comic-Con, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm like biting my fingers down on my knuckles, trying to, I'm like just sitting there in the back of the room going, oh, I hope they like it. And they were just great. They were fantastic. And at one point they got that Marvel result, and holy cow, the entire room just stood up and cheered. It was great. So,
that's so cool. Oh, I love those moments.
So, and one of the neat things about the system too is it used to be we had the playtest book that came out a year before the actual game came, and it was a much different game. We've really improved it since then. But one of the things we decided to do was the die now. If the Marvel die is not only it's a single roll system, so it's 2 hit and damage, right? So you get to see your damage effect at the same time.
Cool.
So you take that Marvel die and you multiply it by your rank, and it goes from 1 to 6. And then that's your basic damage, and you add your ability on it, whatever you're doing. And if you get a fantastic result, which is that the Marvel die is a 1, then you get to double damage and everything else. And man, it's a neat thing where the math is baked in. Actually, I was kind of against using multiplication at first because man, everybody goes, they start to cringe inside. Their inner 8-year-old goes, "Oh God, I remember the times tables." But I also figured, we all learned this stuff when we were in 3rd grade. We could probably handle it because it's only single-digit multiplication. And the neat thing about it is, because it's a single roll system, if you're trying to hit somebody that's hard to hit, right? Like say you're fighting a dragon in D&D, right?
Yeah. And
you get that 20, you got that critical hit, you really needed to pull it off. And then you roll for damage separately. And you're like, what did you get for damage? I got 2. You're like, geez, it's like, what the hell? Now we're going to keep going. So it's kind of anticlimactic, right? And for Marvel, we're trying to do this, widescreen blockbuster, big superhero battle stuff. So if for instance, in this, if Spider-Man has to punch Thanos and he's got not much of a chance of doing it, people can help him out, spend karma, get those points up. and you have to get a really high roll, right?
Mm.
And so because you have to have a high roll, the chances are really good that that damage die is going to be high as well. And so when you get that, really almost got to put everything you possibly humanly can into it, yeah, jawbreaker, it's really going to land. And it's baked right into the math. You don't even have to explain it in the rules, it just happens.
Yeah.
And yeah, when that happened, I was like, oh yeah, we got to do that. That's fantastic. So
That's so cool. Neat. Oh, I'm excited to
I'm a game
play.
design geek. Can you tell? So,
Yeah, a little bit. Neat. I'm gonna have to. I know Tyler's talking in chat too. We might have to do some Marvel gaming here. Do a one shot or something, at least to get a taste. But that's really cool. That's exciting. So Marvel, you've got the X-Men coming out for Gen Con. When was Spider-Verse coming out?
Spider-Verse has now been pushed to 24.
Okay.
It'll be March of 24.
Okay.
The Marvel guys, there's only 4 of us really working. Well, 5 of us. There's 3 guys in the office, me and my son Marty. And Marty is doing a lot of the writing for the profiles, and then is actually starting to pick up some of the chapters of the books too. And I'm the guy who does all the hardcore rules and game design and such, as well as writing a bunch of stuff. It's kind of a hard gig because you have to not only be a game designer, but then also have this encyclopedic knowledge of Marvel comics, from the 60s all the way to today to be able to put stuff out and to write it properly. So there are not so many people who can do this stuff. I mean, fortunately, I'm friends with some of the guys who can do it, which is nice. Mm. But we're trying to focus on doing 2 big hardcovers every year, and then doing a few smaller things to fill in the holes. Right? We have been on the website called Tony's Workshop, where we kind of Tony Stark tosses out rules for you to play with, and what do you think of this one, kids? And is it going to work or not? And then actually we have an adventure coming out July 18th, I think, called Deadpool Plays Marvel Multiverse. So it's going to be a 48-page one-shot comic book that Cullen Bunn is writing for us, actually. And Cullen's doing great stuff with it. And so like the first 8 pages are an actual comic book, right? With Deadpool recruiting the characters that are the players going to play. And then the rest of it's actually an adventure with, character profiles at the back. So, but you can sit down and play the whole thing in one go if you want, or maybe 2 sessions, who knows? And depends on what your stamina is like, I guess. But it's coming out just in time for the movie, so that should be a blast.
That's so cool. Oh, that's going to be so exciting. Neat. Do you get to go to any of the premieres because of your work?
Yeah, I've never done a Marvel premiere. I did the one movie premiere I went to that at ball at was the Mutant Chronicles, right? I don't know if you know that, but there was a Mutant Chronicles role-playing game that came out from Target Games back in the early 90s out of Sweden. And they've done a few different editions of it over the years. But the guy who used to own the company was a friend of mine named Fred Malmberg. And he ended up going on to become a Hollywood producer. So he actually produced a Mutant Chronicles movie that starred Tom Jane and Ron Perlman.
Wow.
John Malkovich was in it. Right? It's this B movie. It's just, it's really kind of fun to watch. But they hired me to do a novelization for it. So they actually flew me in to watch a rough cut of the film, which almost never happens for this kind of stuff. And I got to fill out all the different stuff from the role-playing game that didn't appear in the movie. And they're like, yeah, go have fun, go wild with it. And then they brought us out for the premiere too. So my wife and I got to walk the red carpet. We got to go to the after party with all the stars.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Oh, that's so fun. The weird places that gaming will take you.
You just don't know. I mean, I've been to Sweden like 7 times now, for different gaming things and conferences and clients I was working with. I worked on a bunch of stuff for Avalanche games, and it's wild, just
that's so neat. Neat. Oh, Matt, you're so cool. It's fun to talk to you, to hear all your stories. I wish we could go on, but we are getting close to the top of the hour. So thank you so much for coming on with me. I really appreciate you and all the work you do for this community. And I'm excited to hear more about the Gen Con event. So anything that I can do to help with that, let me know. And
thank you,
awesome. Well, thank you guys. Thank you. Don't go anywhere because we will be right back. Don't forget, everyone, that we have a wonderful giveaway of a PDF copy of Matt Forbeck's Shotguns and Sorcery 5e sourcebook. Thank you so much to Matt for donating such a wonderful prize. And you can type #RemPC in the chat for your free entry to win. And don't forget to get your bonus entries by donating bits or subscribing. All funds help us to pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. So thank you all for joining, but don't go anywhere because we are on to our episode, and I think the season finale of Shadowrun Emerald Glitch Last Call. So we'll see you there, Run PCs. Bye.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in, with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
What a spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
Hey there, Gen Con TV watchers. Welcome to another amazing episode of Shadowrun Emerald Glitch. I'm your host, Max, from Original Box Set, and we have an amazing show for you tonight. It is May 9th, and we're at our final installment. Chapter, event, episode,
Finale.
final episode. So without further rambling, let me get to the action giveaway tonight. Hey, Amber, what do we have tonight for our audience to put on PC hashtag?
Hello, runners. So drop a hashtag RunPC in the chat to be entered for a chance to win tonight's giveaway, a PDF copy of Matt Forbeck's Shotguns and Sorcery 5th Edition Sourcebook. Our winner will be announced at the end of the episode, and you'll be reached out to via Twitch Whispers. Now, if you subscribe to Gen Con TV during our stream tonight, you'll receive 7 additional entries. You can also spend bits for entries. Every 100 bits you spend or give us, you get an additional entry, and that even allows you to give one of the players a NERP to use. That's an extra 3 dice to add to any roll. 300 bits gives a player 1 edge, and 500 bits gives a player 4 edge. So if you're rolling in the dough, go ahead and do it, I guess. And if you want to make our lives more challenging, you can choose to give those NERPs and edges to our game runner, Max.
That's me.
Please don't. Or not.
Yeah, please don't. Just don't do that.
Yeah, because it's the finale, by the way, like big time stuff. So drum roll, I guess. Okay. Yeah. The elevator hums to a smooth halt with almost liquid motion. The glass wall before you begins to transform. It's not a simple slide, but like a ripple-like parting. Imagine 2 waves receding. The thick glass pillars, previously forming the seamless barrier around the elevator, descend subtly into the ground and change. The change begins at the center, and the space gradually widens, as if the glass itself is melting away, but in solid pieces. At first, it's only a narrow passage appear, but with another soft shift, the opening begins to expand. The once solid wall of glass is now beginning to part, revealing the promenade, its furniture, and the security drones. Beyond the glass wall, the Hooper SWAT security Anthro drones stand tall and imposing. Their sleek, metallic bodies are crafted in the shape and size of a human, but their distinctive head design that sets them apart. Instead of a conventional human head, these drones sport a narrow, elongated structure resembling a skinny like shoebox capped with a plethora of sensors, complete with an antenna protruding from the right side. Equipped with state-of-the-art FNSCAR console MK2 rifles filled with stick and shock, and they carry stun batons. This provides with a non-lethal option for subduing targets. If you can't tell, that's supposed to be like an advertising plug. Anyways. Their human-like form and complementary weapon exude an aura of authority, clad in their dark blue fabric-covered foam-padded ceramic plating Duracast armor. The drones boast enhanced durability and protection. As the glass wall pulls back to reveal the drones in the promenade, they are behind cover of furniture, large concrete planters and pillars, with weapons readied. One central drone, in the typical blue and white uniform, states loudly, "All crims, lay down with your hands behind your backs." Initiative.
Well, I believe I stabbed someone at the end of last episode. Go ahead, Teal. I'll go after you. It's only polite that way.
Oh, okay. Well, No. He's just gonna say it. And he's going to pull out a Ruger Ragnhawk from a concealed holster on his hip and just kind of fan a couple shots at the first anthem run.
Okay. Again, they are behind some cover. They're still within range of you shooting and stuff like that. Most of them are.
They're behind cover?
They're behind cover. They're at the near, so that definitely improves their defensive against you. So, I mean, this one seems to want to negotiate. You just want to start shooting? All right. That's you guys. Let's do this.
So anyway, I started blasting. Do I have any modifiers?
Let's compare your defense rating versus theirs. I think that's how the game works. Like, we look at those numbers first.
Mine would probably
16.
be 10. Mine's 10. Yeah.
Am I got it right? Is it near and then close or close then near?
Close then near.
Close then near. So yeah, they're at near. They're not at close.
I have 10.
All right. Well, they have greater defense than you, but since they're drones, they don't get edge, so it doesn't matter. Moving on. 5 hits. They get to make a defense roll, so they're going to buy, because drones are drones. Buy. Evasion of 6, piling of 4, that's 10. Plus cover adds 2, 12. They can buy 4 defensive. So that knocks your 5 to a 1.
All
right. And so your damage is 4p?
Yes, sir.
Correct. All right, cool. So you pull out your big old handgun, your Ruger Red Hawk, and just start shooting single shots. You hit one, and it's a nice clip. You blow off armor and padding, and he spins, because that's like an instant -3 to his handling. Or instant -1 to his handling. Do you have anything else you can do?
As he's firing, he's gonna run the rabbit out of the elevator, and he's gonna start moving and taking a position. Try to
Woo! Not even taking a moment, just like, let's get this thing moving, right?
Yeah.
All right. So again, right now, first round, only a small portion of this wall has magic, and it's magical looking. Come on. They even have like this like watery thing going on, so it looks like it's all just one big thing moving. It's real magical. And so the nearest thing to you is one of 4 options. And so we're going to determine what it is. Plastic chairs or table, concrete pillar, concrete planter, or a kiosk. And so you're going to roll a d6, and this is 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5, 6. Just roll a d6. If you get 1 or 2, it's plastic furniture. It's the closest cover to you.
I got 3.
3! Concrete planter.
Sounds good.
So it only stands maybe a meter tall at most, but it's really wide, and it's got this beautiful emerald green jade plant growing in it. It's doing really good this time of year, considering the heat wave it's going through. Right about now, that's the least of its concerns.
Yeah.
It's trying to figure out what this thing is that just came over near it. Are you going to water me? Plants are intelligent. Just eat them. All right.
Okay.
So you've used an action to move. You've shot 1 time. Shooting is a pistol single action. That's a major action.
Yeah, I have a second major action. How is my what is my my line of sight on them now from this planter?
We will say this clears up at least 2 of them for having no cover bonuses, meaning their defense roll is going to go from a 4 to a 3.
Alrighty.
And taking cover is a minor action as well.
Oh, taking cover is a minor action as well?
It is a minor action.
Alright.
So moving, taking cover, perfectly fine. That's 2 of your minor actions
Okay.
right there.
Alright. Well, then I don't have enough minor actions to turn to another major action. So then I'll use another minor action to then to ready my submachine gun in my left arm.
Cool. Readying via quick draw. Do you also have a 4th minor action? You want to take an aim action to give yourself an extra dice for later?
Yes, sir. And
Awesome.
Then, that'll be me.
That'll be it. So you dash forward, you zip behind, bam, shot. You guys, like the one drone's like, criminals, lay down and put your hands behind your belt. He spins for a moment, and he's trying to figure out which way is left, which way is right at this point in time. That it looked like a grazing blow, but it took out a chunk of this drone. Nova, do you want to jump in on some of this action, pushing forward and taking cover?
Let's see. We still have people in the elevator with us, right?
You do. And as far as your knowledge, some of them are undercover security agents.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and crush them. So I'm gonna dual wield my guns, and I'm gonna shoot one and then shoot the other.
All right. Do you remember who designated who was who? Who said these guys are security detail? It was.
I believe it was me, right?
Oh no, it was Steel Tiger, and you said you tagged them
AR,
in
yeah.
the AR,
Tagged
so you have
yeah.
clear line of sight. So you're not going to be shooting friendlies.
Yes.
All right. So do you want to shoot individuals that you feel are more threatening, or do you just want to shoot the closest one?
I want to shoot the 2 closest ones in the elevator with us because we've got squishies. In the box.
You
All right,
know
so-
she's talking about us. Okay.
No,
You
she's
know.
talking about the hired help who are actually innocent bystanders to this entire affair.
Oh, okay. All right.
Am
All
I?
right. So,
Been doing push-ups.
I'm scared now. Okay, I'm shooting people. It is what it is.
so of the 2 people that are near you, you're going to do the same thing Steel Tiger did. The one near you is either a dangerous target or non-dangerous target. Dangerous target that's near other civilians or a non-dangerous target near civilians. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you get to roll a d6.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I've blown it.
Six. It is the nearest one to you is one of the non-dangerous security guards. Basically, he's just inept, and he's behind soft cover. So that guy has defense bonuses to dodge your shot. First, he has to recognize that you're shooting at him. He ain't
Wait,
right.
in the elevator with us?
Yes,
Oh my god.
soft target. All right. I'm looking for at least one success from this guy to notice that you just leveled the gun at him. No, he has no clue. He cannot make a defense roll. Roll away.
All right, here's
Bam! 10 hits.
top.
Fudge! Holy crap! That is 10 P damage. Like, he doesn't get a defense roll because he's standing there. He's got the AR signal over, and he's got like maybe 3 inches of his skull sticking out from like the left side of one of the cleaning ladies. And you pull out your, what the heck, an Ares Predator 15 that fires cannon shells, and you ventilate right past her face. Like, she gets thrown to one side. She's got freaking friction burns from the bullet flying past her, but he's gone instantaneously. In fact, the bullet continues flying and ricochets off a nearby brick of concrete and stuff. Like, whoo, he's 10 points of damage. Next, that was one major action. What else do you want to do?
Well, I got another major action. I guess I'm gonna pop
Awesome.
another one. Do I need to roll another die? A 1d5?
You do, and yeah, you need to roll that to figure out what kind of person you're shooting at.
5.
5. It is a skilled individual who's behind cover. They have 8 dice to recognize that you're a threat. He got a 1. He heard the gun go off, so he's turning and he's grabbing Jeanette, one of the food prepping people, and trying to get her between you and him so he doesn't die instantaneously. So he'll get to make a defense roll, and I'll give him 2 extra dice to do so. And here it is. 2. You got 2 successes to try to get Jeanette between you and him.
Okay, here's my other shot.
Boom! 9 hits. You take out the 2, that's 7. 7 plus the 3, that's already did another 10 points of damage. By the way, these are just inept security guards. They have a total of 8 body at most. But for the purpose of the game, because I want combat to go a little bit smoother, everything's getting cut in half. So he had 4, and you did 10. So as he's pulling Jeanette to get in front of him, like high speed, like, you fire, and just like his portion of torso is still visible, and that's what you take out. So his arm goes flying behind him as that hand cannon shell just shoot through his torso and completely takes out the jade plant that Steel Tiger is covering behind right now. Shots just came from behind you.
Good.
Oh, shit.
I say too slow. And what is it? I have a minor action now. I guess I'll move. I'll move out of the elevator.
Okay, so you're moving out of the elevator. You're not taking cover, but you can head toward cover. You just can't take advantage of it.
Yeah, I'm following Steel Tiger.
All right.
Path.
Skip. All right, first group of security dudes. The one that got shot is trying to rebalance himself, and he's going to try to spray fire towards Steel Tiger, who's moved forward. He's going to buy himself 3 successes. He lost 1 because of getting shot, so he's got 2. Steel Tiger, you gain, because you took cover, and the planter is a cover of 2. That gives you 4 extra dice to your defense.
Okay. Sounds good. So I get 4 extra dice, or are you
4
asking
extra
me
dice
what
because you've moved behind the cover of the planter.
Okay. Oh, have you shot me already?
Yes, they're buying successes. I'm not rolling dice. You guys are rolling dice.
Oh, okay.
Beauty of this tonight is I already know how many I'm going to do. I don't have to think. 6, not
okay.
a problem. The stick and shock begin bouncing off the other side of the planter from him. Since you made 6, that covers all that are going to be shooting at you, which is a total of 3. So they'll as you've hunkered down behind cover. The next 3 are also targeting Nova as she is now dashed out, and so they don't have any penalties. They're going to buy 3 successes to shoot at her as she's moving toward cover. So Nova, your defense roll versus V3 drones. And we're not doing like a defense roll against each individual one. We're doing a defense roll against the entire attack. Just keep things kind of moving.
Is it the DR or is it just defense button?
Defense button.
Defense.
The defense button either rolls dice or it calls in a military contract, and then you're pretty much set for life.
I'm sorry. How many dice did I roll and how many fail? Oh my good God.
Ooh.
Well, we're just gonna spend 4 edge to reroll my fail.
Oh, hold up. I told you the drones are buying 3.
Oh. I just want to dodge real good, Max.
You know what? I'm not
A
going
little
to.
extra
I'm
on it.
sorry. I paused you from spending your edge. Please feel free to spend all your edge now.
No, by all
Oh,
means,
it's so good. It's all
continue.
good. All right. They're opening fire. Of the 10 drones that are out here, 6 have opened fire. The remaining 4 are moving in as we're going down the initiative, which, by the way, they were grouped very well. 22, 21, 19. I couldn't have rolled any closer to my own dice rolls. It's pretty amazing. I'm hot tonight. The next 2 groups, they are making a move action and then burst fire spray at identified targets. So now they are flanking both Steel Tiger and Nova. This is a different group, a different initiative, so new defense rolls have to be made, but they've moved into a flanking position. They get a bonus, but the bonus isn't high enough to give them an actual extra dice. So it's still 3 to both of you guys.
I got 3 on the dot.
Awesome. So as you're behind cover and shots are coming this way, 2 drones flank you on your right, and they're right there. And so they start opening fire, and you just kind of have to tuck a little to one side as they did a nice grouping where you were just at. The stick and shocks, although they are hitting the concrete, they are just hitting, bouncing, and doing a little bit of damage. They don't have a lot of punch behind them. All right, Nova. 5. You continue to haul butt towards some cover as you're moving through the opening, and they're taking shots to try to get after you as well. Next on the initiative is Arcole.
And you said that the electrical damage... Ooh, I might be a little bit loud. You said that the electrical damage wasn't doing all that much right now?
Hence why you were supposed to read your homework.
Well,
they have in there, one of their things they have is under the spoof options. Where was it? Yeah, they have the second spoof command. Read the second spoof command.
No. That's exactly what I was going for. What I want to do is go ahead and run off a spoof command in order to take out their electrical grounding.
Okay. Sure. The drones will automatically buy 4 hits. Every 4 hits you make turns the drones, will spoof them to turn off their electrical grounding. And I think spoof, unfortunately, is a major action. Double checking. Spoof is... major. It is a major action. So you can spoof...
Is that stick and shot still going? It's still being electrified, even at this point, right?
Yes, but none of the drones have been hit by their own stick and shock, so it's not really going to affect them.
Oh,
this would be like if you turned off the electricity on the group because somebody else was about to do something like, I don't know, lightning bolt them or something. But they also have other things you can spoof them to do.
No, absolutely fair. I think in this case, Arcole is really feeling himself. He's reunited with Gross. He is going full god mode. You know that moment whenever Jim Carrey put the mask on, like for one of the first steps. He is sending them all into a conga line. He is forcing them to dance.
All right, so you're gonna so you're gonna spoof the emoji dance.
Yes.
Okay, so it's gonna be 4 for each group. So if you could hit magically 12 successes, you would get all 3 groups. So that's your goal. Every 4 successes gets 1 group to start a burst into dance.
I believe.
How can I help make this happen? Like,
get your
pre-edge. If he pre-edges, he gets to add his edge pool into the dice roll, and any 6 he gets will explode. So, do you know how to do that?
I haven't done it in the system. No, I haven't.
All right, so you got Arcole out. You do that. Did I just drop another Arcole? I did. We don't need 2 Arcoles out here. You open Arcole up, and you're going to turn on edge switch, right? Edge. You see there's like the wounds, modifier, edge, and wild die. Click the switch for edge.
Oh, I guess you did that for me. Thank you.
I didn't realize. Yeah, and then, well, then I won't push any more buttons, but you should have, this is a hacking. So you're going to click on the hacking button. When you do, it should come up with an option for...
hacking gives me automatic specialty or expertise. And so
Yeah, so it says your dice pool was 23 with 5 edge, and you can see that you got 2 extra rolls from those 6s, so you got a total of 8 hits. That's 2 groups. Now, then you can... I think you can only edge once to a dice roll.
Does this come with any of Gross's assist? Can I roll the extra 2 die from him? Oh, okay.
No, that does not. You can, and this is hacking, so it's 3 dice that he can give you.
But that wouldn't score me a second group, right?
No.
Or another group.
But if you spend 4 edge, yeah, if you get more 6s, yes. But if you spend the edge to cause all the failed dice roll to re-roll, I don't know if you can do that. Anybody know the answer to that one? Can you re-roll that? I don't think you can.
I think if I pre-edge,
you can't post-edge.
Yeah, if you've already spent edge, you can't edge again.
Yeah. So all you can do is roll our Cole's dice.
2 groups.
I see the mastermind at work.
You can roll our Cole's dice, the 3 of them.
Oh, you mean Gross's?
Yeah. Our Grouse's 3 dice. Nothing
on that.
All right, so 2 of the groups will immediately burst into a conga line. The dance emoji causes them not to disarm, but to automatically put their guns into its magnetic holster, reach out to the one in front next to them, grab them by their shoulder, and begin entering into the dance as they move across the promenade. So we have 3 groups. We have group 3 by the left side of the entrance, another 3 by the right side of the entrance, and then we have the 3rd group, which is split on either side. So you get to pick 2 of those groups, 1, 2, or 3.
I mean, I gotta go after the ones that are more heavily going after Steel Tiger and Amber. I mean, well, Steel Tiger and Nova. So
okay,
the
that would be
ones.
Group 1 and Group 3. So those would be the ones that enter into a conga line and are trying to head toward each other and merge. So that was your major action, and you have how many minor actions? You're not simmed in, so 1. 2. You have 2 minor actions.
I think it's just going to have to be take cover, given how much gunfire has already been taken. He walks in all cool, of course, and then he does makes some magic work, and then he's going to take cover because he's squishy.
Okay. Convoy.
All right. Convoy is going to use a minor action to tell his drones to do a little emergency override on these. Very similar to what Arcole did. And I am using the Swarm Autosoft on my RCC, which means I can just turn my drones into a pack, and this is going to speed up combat too, is my hope. So normally it'd be their attack rating of like the best one, which would be, or not their attack rating, but what their dice pool is, and that'd be 9 plus 3, so it'd be 12.
Mm-hmm.
And then I add, based on each drone, I have 4 drones in here. I would normally just add +1 to that dice pool, but since I'm using Swarm, it's 2 after the first one.
Nice.
So,
and of course, you're controlling them. You don't have to buy. You can roll
18.
Still.
18. Yeah, so I have a pool of 18.
Intense.
And I think I'll just... Well, hold on. If it's 4, if I have 18... Math is hard.
No, drones don't buy at 4. Drones buy at 3.
They buy at 3, okay.
Yeah, it is humans who buy at 4. But they get to roll more often. So 18 divided by 3 would be 6 successes.
So I could get 1 group if I just buy them.
Yep. There's only 1 group that is not dancing right now.
Yeah. So that is what I will do.
Targeting group 2. Tell us what happens.
They will So we've got a conga line. I feel like we need backup dancers. So they're gonna spread up. No. I'm gonna do this in character. That's Christian one. That's Christian.
Yeah.
That wants to do. Convoy wants them to line dance.
The boot scoot and boogie.
Yeah. That's what convoy
Awesome.
wants. And then major action. How many are left in the elevator with us?
There are no drones in the elevator with you, but there are 3 security guards that have been targeted by Steel Tiger as being planted that are still in the elevator with you.
All right. Then I'm going to.
There were 5, but 2 of them have been surgically altered.
Is there one next to me? I guess that would be the question first.
Roll a d6. 1 through 3, yes. 4 and above, no. No.
Okay.
So no one's near, but they are close as far as range goes.
Yeah. Well, I'm not armed currently. I've got my gloves and that's it. So, I will. I can break a major action down into a minor action, correct?
Correct.
So I'm gonna use that major action to move, and I'm gonna have my hands up, but I'm gonna move out of the elevator.
Okay. All right.
That's me.
Yeah. Close the window, so I'm trying to open everything back up to where it was. Technosiren.
Okay. It was intense. I want to point out that, like, I think this is the first time that a human has been killed in my vicinity ever. And that was
And how
a
does
lot.
this make you feel about your Maja?
Oh my god, I don't have time to think about that. Thankfully, the dancing drones like brought me back. But like that was a moment of like, oh, this is real. Like this is and so there's a lot happening right now. I think that the first thing that I am going to do, because right now all of the drones are neutralized, right?
Yes, all the drones are currently engaging in some form of dance routine, conga line heading toward line dancing kind of combination.
Amazing. And the people that were flagged as enemies in our elevator, how many of those are there still here?
3. 2 of them were taken out as Nova ran for the opening.
Okay. And those are humans. And then
Correct.
we have a small...
I mean, one's an orc, another one's like might be half dwarf, half elf. You're not really
metahumans.
sure.
We're all
What's a dwelf?
We're all humans. We're all
human
different kinds of
adjacent.
humans. Yeah. And then how many bystanders?
Like 2.5 dozen.
Holy moly. Okay.
You were setting up a big deal, and you set up a big deal, and you had a small group, and they piled more in on it. That was what your bosses were like, no, we need more people. We need to handle this. We need, and so you were trying to mitigate. Now we've created this scenario where there are, Laura almost died. She's got friction burn from the bullet.
Oh my God, Laura.
Right?
No. Okay. I have one last question. So I did say at the end of the last episode that I was going into the astral to just see what was before us. Can I really quickly, I just want to know, have we been noticed by other magical the people, the sorcerers or whoever who are guarding this place?
Yes, there is a mage in the astral within sight of you guys.
Okay. And what about any beasts? Yeah.
This was expected. This person was expected to be there. They are definitely in your area of the astral, able to observe you. They're not stealth or invisible in any shape, form. As far as it goes for beasties and critters, and this, there are none. This is up in the air. Nothing really lives
Not even
up
spirits.
here.
No, that's what I said. That was more
No,
Aspen
there
Spirit.
are no spirits here.
Yet. Okay.
Yes. Oh, good point. Yeah. I was going to say that.
Okay. Who? Hang on just a moment while I change what I was gonna do from just 2 minutes ago. Okay. How many do I affect for every 2? Hang on, I have a new thing. Sorry, everybody. For every 2, I'm trying to figure out how many of these people I can affect. I should have done better homework. It's this mob mind situation. It doesn't say how many people.
Let's see. I'll scroll back up and read it myself. Want open?
It's in an area. I can. And
That is
then-
correct. Mob mood, mob mind.
It's within a vicinity.
Is it just everybody? Because it just says that I adjust it.
Well, I know
Go
in
ahead.
was it 5th ed, it was like however many hits dictates the range in an area. So I assume
Okay,
it's
so
got
it's just everybody.
I'm almost there. Reading. It says range, special, duration, type, words.
I think I just do it to everybody that I want to, right?
I think so. Does it say line of sight? LOS?
Yeah, line of
is-
sight with the A in parentheses, so line of sight area.
Means the spell has a line of sight range and also has an area effect which starts at 2 meter radius sphere. So it's 2 meters radius sphere. That's weak sauce.
Yeah.
Hey, mob mind.
Yeah. So okay. So that was a very intense few seconds that just happened. I get the feeling that I even have a little blood on me from this murder that just happened directly next to me, and I am like, and then the drones start dancing, and I check up on the mages, and I realize that there's a bunch of humans around that I gathered here, and they asked me if I'm a crim, and I don't know if I'm a crim, and so I reach into my pocket and I pull out a coin that I have that I've had for a while, and I have one last charge left in it, and I flick it. I give it a little flick. It's a little like costless coin, and all I say is, "I am what I am." And I use that to cast Mob Mind on everyone here. And I want to make them all. How do I want to make them feel? Because I get to choose. Well, I want them all to be friendly to me. All of them. And I'm gonna roll what I roll. I roll sorcery and magic, right?
That is
and
correct.
Then
And they make
resist with. Yeah.
With willpower and some other stat. Logic.
And now we roll the dice. I get to add my sword to this, right?
You do. You add your sword to everything.
Oh, amazing. Let's go. Okay. And I have let's go. Oh my god. Why did I roll? Hang on.
What
That's
you
like
got?
really-
6, 4, 6, 6. So you got 3 6s and no 5s, and a bunch of 1s, 2s, and 3s. So with 3 hits, we're gonna roll for people in the elevator.
Can I
Let's start
no,
with.
but can I edge it?
Yeah, you can post edge. You can you don't have any 4s to flip, but you
But
have
if I
one
have
4. You have 1 4 you can flip, which would give you 1 extra hit for 2 edge, or you can throw 4 edge at it and reroll everything.
Let's yeah. Goodbye. I upped my edge for this exact reason. Do I get a little? I do get extra edge when I'm in social situations.
This is a social situation. It's very tense. Trying to convince
thank you.
people to chill.
Let's re-roll them.
Awesome.
12 dice. It's literally so many. Okay. 8 is
Turns it
nicer.
from a 3 to an 8. All right. I'm going to roll for the people in the elevator. We're going to start with the security guys. We got one security guy who is a hostile threat still. This is the last one that actually has any kind of skill. He once saw a military film. He got 6 dice. Bam! 2 successes. He is totally in a better mood. All right. Now the rest of the mouth breathers that are on the elevator, that are security, these two, nothing. Now for the rest of the crew. Ready? So, anywho, that's everybody.
Oh, okay. And now that I can
Did
tell that
anybody
they're all...
catch those numbers?
Oh, I was watching, and I was good that I edged it, right? Because the 3s would have succeeded if I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're good. You're good. Everybody in the elevator starts calming down.
Great.
In this area, your allies would be targeted as well, but for just because, and I don't want to kind of like play that game, we're going to say you edge out your allies. You basically make it that they are not going to be affected by this mob mind mentality.
Well, hopefully they're already friendly towards me. That's all I wanted. So
yeah,
I guess
at this
if
point,
anybody
suddenly in the
needs to
fight,
roll,
our Cole
tell me
turns and looks
now.
at you and goes, Techno Siren, I'm glad you're on our team. You're like, you son of a bitch.
You're like, wait.
You haven't been on my side.
This whole time I was trying so hard. Can I try to convince the people to join the Congo line?
Yes.
Let's
now
dance.
that they
And
are
I'll join
friendly to
too.
you, it is a influence roll.
Oh, I'll do that. Yeah.
I'm gonna let you do it as a. I'm gonna let you do it as a minor action.
Thank you.
I would like to see at least 3 hits on this.
Oh, that's
Bam.
a 5.
Fantastic. All right. Even the security guy who had seen a military film and has that like inkling of some military bearing, he's gonna like head for the Congo line and do stuff like to get involved in it. So as we get toward the end of the initiative, the door is still sliding open. The only thing that stands out as being odd in this entire event, other than the gun shooting and whatnot, one of the line dancing drones is going to stop line dancing and in a moment of like wiring issues, head over toward the Congo line. All right. Top of the initiative. Everyone but you guys is dancing.
I'm dancing too.
All right, where's the bomb supposed to be planted, and how far away is it from this area?
The bomb with you guys has to go into the center building, and you guys were going to be taking a service elevator up to the base platform, which would have allowed you to move past all the detectors and whatnot that common people would need to utilize, like people going to get onto it. Now, considering everything's changed, the faster route is by going through the front door. And then once you get to the actual elevator platform, there is a small route to get you onto the elevator and get it up, which is going to involve climbing.
Okay. Come here, Spider Monkey.
Cole is carrying the boom box, or so you would say. So I've got them all loaded up. As soon as he hears that, he hops onto ST's back.
Okay, so are we climbing immediately, or
no? You have to go into you have to choose whether you follow the route through the industrial like service elevator. Do you want to go through the front door? Those really true the own paths that will get you there, unless you can somehow fly, climb, or teleport the outside of the building.
No, we can just fall with style. Yeah, I'm gonna start making. I'm gonna mark it on the mini map, like the route. Like I'm gonna plot our route in case for some reason we get split up. That everybody knows where we're going.
Okay. So
And
you're
it's
taking
like
the direct route?
So far, yes. Yeah.
Cool. In consideration that the things have changed, the direct route does seem like the most viable part. Direction, because you're going to be saving time. The idea was there's not supposed to be anyone here to slow you guys down. But as you see, things change. Something changed. And there are people trying to slow you down. But right now, they're trying to dance.
Given that I have initiated the spoof command on about half of these drones, can I I'll even choose the one that decided to break from one form of dancing to the other and ask this drone, who was giving you orders before this?
He will tell you our orders come through command. They're telling us right now to stop dancing. He openly shares, for whatever reason, what the heck is going on. Another drone nearby will say, we are not supposed to talk to criminals. And he continues to do the dance because the spoof mover is active. So pause that thought. Steel Tiger and our Cole are hauling ass toward the center building, the front doors and everything. So I'm assuming you're using your move action and another minor action to carry our Cole at this time, while our Cole is hugging the Faraday cage that has a bomb in it.
Yes, and then I will stow my revolver, and then and I'll keep moving.
Okay, so moving is a minor action, stowing a revolver is a minor action, and you get what, like 4 minor actions, and then one major.
Yes, sir.
So that's a total of 4 minor actions to move and 1 for stowing. So you want to do 4 movement actions this round? If I'm getting that correctly, because that's fast.
Can I stow the gun for him?
No.
All right, fine.
Here, are you even armed?
Let me just put your gun away for you there, big guy.
Are you even armed, Arkle?
I mean, I still have the same one that you
thermonuclear weapon.
But yeah, I'm other than that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if you have a pistol, all right. I was just gonna pass you up the revolver if you didn't have.
I still have the Ares Predator that you gave to me back fighting the vampires.
Alrighty.
Yeah, that's the one he shot Techno Siren with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so like the powerful cyborg he takes off, his cyborg kicks up, and he just begins flying toward the front door. The doors themselves are like slow opening glass kind of thing, so it doesn't, by the time you get close enough, you're able to just like leap through. There's Minoleon, like floor to tile, smooth tile floor in the entrance. There's like these big circular stairs that go up to the next level. There's a bunch of cool images and holograms, and a hologram of Thought is at the top of the big spiral stairs, and she's just like, they're right there! Stop them! Stop them! She's yelling. You can hear her in AR and whatnot, and she is pissed. All right, that's Steel Tiger. Nova.
So I will probably cover Steel Tiger from behind. So I'll cover us by following, and then that'll be my minor. And then I'll hold. Like everyone's preoccupied, so I'll just hold any shooting as a reaction to anyone who shoots at us.
Cool. All right, so you will need to use 2 move actions to get to the doorway where Steel Tiger was at, so that you'll be able to still cover Steel Tiger as he's entering into the building and the rest of the team who are behind. I'm assuming that's what you want to do?
Yes.
So you'll need to use 2 move actions to accomplish that.
Okay.
And then you'll have a reaction, like major action left to kind of shoot at one or any issues that come up. Yes, ma'am. I'm running a show.
Oh, she just needs some attention.
She just wants some head scratches. There you go, baby. So, as Steel Tiger, you're moving up the flight of stairs. You all hear Hex Baron's voice come over your pan. You people are bloody crazy. Are you on that damn building? There is alerts all over the place of gunfire up there, and I find your tags flying all over the place here. Are you crazy? Right, and that's pretty much her action, is to arrive in the Matrix at this point in time and see that Bot is also here. And Bot's just like, Hex, you did this. These are your people. And Hex goes, oh no, honey, these people are doing all this on their own. You rightly pissed them off by yourself. I didn't have any help in this. All right. The SWAT guys, the drones, are continuing their Congo line and their square dancing. That effect is still in place until like a major action is made by the individuals that pretty much set it in place. I'm assuming you're going to impose your control over them, or somebody tries to get in and alter that. That being said, that one drone who stopped and changed from one type of dance to the other and answered your question, by the way, he answered you in AR, in Matrix, not like physically. He is actually going to kind of like walk away in like a slightly crooked pattern. Like he walks toward one section, he turns. He's no longer carrying his gun like everyone else. He put it away, but this drone seems to be malfunctioning at this point. So that's all of their actions at one time. Arcole.
I don't recall if it was a minor or a major action in order to be able to instill a weapon with the ability to hit something in AR.
Minor.
Minor?
Minor.
He's going to say, Steel Tiger, what's your favorite gun?
Actually, currently he has no gun out because he's carrying you like a baby.
Yeah.
But Nova still has a gun out.
Nova, can I see that really quick? As I'm just like trotting along on the back
She is probably you can't you have to like do it on her gun from a distance. She can't touch because she's over there, you're over here running. So this is all the magic of the Matrix.
Some little bit of distance.
Yep.
What do you want me to shoot?
Can I do it from this distance?
Yes. You're altering her icon on her gun.
Hit VOT.
All right. So the device rating on her gun is a 3. So you need to do an edit file and at least get 3 on it. It is a computer software, not a hacking. I said hacking, I apologize.
I have computer and hardware. I have a specialty or expertise in hardware, if that counts.
It's not a hardware. Okay. It's definitely
a computer. Gotcha.
8 successes. So you made your 3, 5 extra. So you instill her gun into being able to do 5 physical damage or 5 stun damage in AR. By switching your gun into a dry fire mode where it doesn't fire the ammunition, or you can put it in a mode where it's firing ammunition at the same time. You can shoot your gun with all your normal skills, but it'll do 5 P damage to Matrix icons, like the hologram of Vought.
Okay, I do it.
All right, roll to hit. You remember back on the train heist, this happened as well.
Can I lock onto her?
You would have to spend a round aiming, or minor action to aim.
Well, it's a minor action to move. So would that split my major action into 2 minors? Because I spent.
No, you have. How many dice do you get?
Oh,
for your
boy.
initiative.
My initiative, I have 15 plus 4d6.
So you have 5 minor actions and
Oh,
1
hell yeah.
major action.
So
it took 2 minor actions to get here. You still have a major and 3 minors. An aim, and then shoot, and then you still have 2 minors left. That's the benefit of being a cyborg.
Yes. Aim, shoot. So I will get a +2 dice bonus to attacks against locked on targets. So we're going to do that. And then this weapon is capable of locking onto up to 4 targets simultaneously with a minor action. Can I shoot some drones at the same time?
The only drones in the area right now are dancing. Yes,
Well,
you can shoot
never
them.
Let's not worry about it. I'll just shoot both.
You can shoot both. 7 hits. She is very aware of what's going on, so she's going to attempt to.
May I re-roll any fails?
You can.
Let's do that. Because I think it's ridiculous to have a dice pool of 28 plus an extra 2, so 30, and then you only get 7 hits. Life is not fair.
And I'm just sitting here rolling 18 thinking, oh my god. Like, where do you get these dice pools from?
Reroll
Yeah.
dice. So that's
She's a cyborg.
Cyberware. It's pretty
max
great.
14.
14. Vaught digitally gets 2 hits and attempts to move to one side. I'm not going to waste any of her edge on this. She's failed. So 10 successes. To the 5 damage, that's 15 matrix damage to her icon, her holographic icon. And again, like I said earlier, everything's cut in half. Even with hers cut in half, she had 12. 15 still blows her icon away. The hologram completely shatters. And just like before, the digital effects that create it begin like dissolving and melting. And you can hear screaming out some profanities. Unfortunately, this is PG-13, so it's edited for the audience's benefit.
I want to blow
Beep.
her out.
Beep, beep, beep.
Beep, beep,
You
beep.
stupid beep. Yeah, exactly.
Our Cole just
All
on
right.
the back going like, yeah, blow that old dinosaur up. And it'll be the first time that he's ever not referred to you as being the dinosaur.
Yes.
All right. Convoy.
All right. So I have to use so I'm understanding this correctly. I have to keep using like that minor action to get them to continue to dance.
No. If you use a major action, there's a greater chance that they will lose the effect that they're doing. Until somebody comes in and bumps them and puts them right on the case.
All right. In that case, I'm just gonna, if I can, I'm just gonna tell my drones to move, and I myself will move, so that I am following.
Keeping up with Steel Tiger, or are you going to keep up with Nova?
I'm gonna keep up with Nova. I think or somewhere in between. However far I can get, I'm gonna try to split the difference. I think if that's possible.
2 minor actions to get you at where Nova is at, and 4 to get you where Steel Tiger is.
Okay, well, never mind. Then I will get to neither of them, and because I'm moving my drones as well. I will get halfway to Nova, but my drones are with me because my drones are.
You're leaning on one of the concrete planters. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Hey, I've been working. The convoy's been working out, but he's still in food. So,
all right. Techno Siren, you have it going on. People are dancing.
I'm like getting down on the conga line and I turn around and my whole team has run off without me. And
They're hustling.
They're hustling. But like, okay, I'm sorry to be the one with all of the questions, but like, I just want to make sure that I'm making the right decision. Cause like, if we leave all of these people here, but they're taking the bomb away from where these people are. We just came up the elevator. Where's the, huh? Where's the bomb going?
there's another way to the service elevator.
Oh.
This elevator wasn't the end destination, correct, Max?
Correct. This was not the end destination.
What will happen to
this-
these people if we bomb that other one?
Debris, shrapnel, maybe a lot of shaking. Stuff will
What
fall.
will happen to Laura? Will Laura be okay?
She needs to leave.
Okay. Can I?
If you want her to be safe, she needs to leave. Yeah.
To make them leave, can I get them? Can I like conga them all onto the elevator and like push the button and be like, yeah, take selfies on the way down. Yeah.
You totally can.
Okay.
You definitely do that. Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. I want to try to get everybody there and try to get them heading down. So hopefully that they will get far enough away from the explosion to be sort of okay. I don't know.
Sure. No, that sounds fine. It's very thoughtful of you. I think that's really nice. So that's your action. You already have influence.
It's not going to work out for me. Okay.
Yeah, you're terrible at being a criminal, by the way, and that's wonderful. Every once in a while, there has to be a nice criminal, like Robin Hood. Oh wait, he actually was a bad criminal. He wasn't bad at being a criminal. He was a very bad person. Maybe King Richard. No, I know I'll find a good criminal at some point in time.
Oh,
I do want to make sure I get a selfie
whatever.
with them. Can I?
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're okay. A baby. I don't know. Somebody nice. Me.
A good
Techno
criminal.
Siren.
Good criminal. Babyface. Robbed banks. Burned mortgage papers so people don't have to pay their mortgages.
Oh.
Ooh.
My hero.
Nice.
Anyway, I do want to take a selfie with all of my new friends on the Congo line before we go. So whatever, is that like a minor action? I don't know. I don't even know how many minor and major actions I have. I just tell you what I want to do.
You get?
How many D6s?
Yes, on your initiative. How many D6s do you get?
6? Wait, it's
1.
6 plus 1 D6?
So you get 2 minor actions and 1 major action.
Oh, cute. Okay. So selfie for a minor action, and what is like corralling them onto the am I gonna spend my whole turn just
Minor
like
action.
waving bye to them?
Yep, pretty much.
Okay.
And getting them
That's
on the
fine with
elevator,
me.
getting the doors shut. Now
I'll be
the
able to
doors of
find
the
my friends.
elevator. Yep, the doors of the elevator are shut. You are on this side, with the drones who are still dancing. The drones are either doing line dance or they are doing a Congo. Save for one drone who is kind of like walking around in circles while everybody else is running off. I'll even give you a free minor action to start catching up the convoy. He's really not that far away. He thinks he got a full minor action worth of movement out of that, but he didn't.
It's all those long hauls.
Honestly, yeah.
As far as I can get, I'll go. I have a dream of conga lining with the droids as we go, but that's probably a bad idea. So I'm conga lining. That's how I'm moving. That's just me. Okay. The end. I'm a great criminal. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's a
I
fantastic.
didn't say you were bad at it. I just said you were a good person.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, terrible criminal. We're carrying a thermonuclear device and you want to have selfies with people on the elevator.
Listen, this is gonna make me famous, y'all. I don't know.
See, also bad criminal. We don't want to be. We don't want to be famous.
Ooh, okay. So on the elevator, you push the button and the door starts to close back. It just got finished opening. Some engineers spent years of their life designing this thing just to kind of like, ooh, that opened, shut it down, bye. You know, just, top of the initiative. Back up the Steel Tiger. You have moved to the other side. You've flung yourself up the stairs, still carrying our coal. The hologram has been destroyed. You're entering into this walkway in which there are open archways that lead into the base of this giant, let's just call it what it is, space train. It is a train that goes to outer space. The archways themselves have like the filigree kind of like swirly bits here and there. There's artwork. Everything is kind of like a lime green deco and pure kind of white with off yellow light. Everything has like a very creamy feel to it and very settling. This is an area where like hundreds of people would congregate with luggage before they go onto this thing. So you're like, imagine a very comfortable, laid back airport that you are now hauling butt through. There's a couple of kiosks here and there, some little roped off areas where maybe people go through baggage checks and you're just running through cyborg mode.
Yeah, I'm still moving. About how far away are we from the goal?
Right now, your little tom is indicating that you are roughly 600 meters from the goal because you still have to get outside, around, and start climbing.
Okay.
So right now, getting outside is roughly 45 meters. It's that 550 meter climb up to the little spacey thing. Some of it's stairs, some will actually be physically climbing.
Okay. So yeah. Okay, so we're headed. I'm about to be outside in about 45 meters.
Correct. Your movement speed that I just looked at your character sheet, that's going to be 1 round for you. If you spent everything, you're going to be across this airport, through the luggage check-in area, out through the little rampy thing, and beyond that, there's this catwalk area, this huge catwalk area that leads up into like this loading tube. I call it, it's like, you know when you're going down the on-ramp to get on a plane? Reverse that, it's an up-ramp into this space train. So you get out and there's these up-ramps that go onto the space train, but you're not worried about that because you begin veering around it. It's this large steel sidewalk that begins arcing you into the back, and you're carrying our coal. And Nova, are you waiting for the rest of your team to play catch up, or are you staying just right there outside the edge of them so the other two can just catch up when they need to? Because they're not cyborgs like you are.
I'm going to make sure the squishies catch up safely.
You're staying with the squishies.
Yeah.
Cool. Squishies catch up to you. This is where you guys get to see. So that moves. We shift through the entire initiative. I just want to say you guys take reactions how you want to. That one drone that was confused seems to have gained some level of action and has started to follow after you guys. The drone that didn't change, was trying to figure out the dancing thing and talked openly to Arcole, has now started following after. Not like running, but like moving in that direction. Take it as a threat, take it as nothing, whatever you want to do. The rest of them have been completely occupied.
Does it
Actually, the mage moves down and does what they're supposed to do. They summon an air spirit and order them to materialize. A section of the ground begin dancing with a vibrant amount of air that swirls before it coalesces into what seems to be a humanoid-esque shape of swirling trash, grass, and dirt and water. And being that you both can see and hear on the astral, you're probably far enough away that you don't hear clearly what's said, but the mage orders the elemental to attack you guys and subdue. That's at the very end of the initiative. So the elemental's initiative has been put in, and it is 11 after 9, and unfortunately we need to take a short break, so we'll be back after these commercials.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, welcome back everybody. Let's get right to it. But first, before we go,
Yes,
into
welcome back, runners. So drop a hashtag RunPC in the chat to be entered for a chance to win tonight's giveaway, a PDF copy of Matt Forbeck's Shotguns and Sorcery, 5th edition source book. I turned into a robot for like 2 seconds. I am so sorry. Oh, human mode now. So our winner will be announced at the end of the episode and you'll be reached out to via Twitch Whispers. And if you want to, you can get involved by subscribing to Gen Con TV during our stream, and you'll get 7 additional entries, and then you can spend bits for entries. Every 100 bits gives you an additional entry, and it allows you to give one of the players a NERP to use. And then if you donate 300 bits, it gives a player 1 edge, and 500 bits gives a player 4 edge. And instead of players, you can choose Max the Game Runner.
But don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that.
I
Already
don't
up
know.
against the wall.
I think they should, we haven't seen, come on, people, put a crowbar in your wallet and give us some nerfs. Elemental will appear in the yard behind you guys, composed of dirt, trash, plant bits, and whatnot that are swirling around in a whirlwind of elemental magic. Its initiative is already into the list. Steel Tiger, you are at the metal grating that circles around the space train, and you are very aware that your icon is getting farther away from the rest of the team. It is just now you and Arcole up here. What do you want to do for your action, your turn?
Steel Tiger has faith that that Nova keep them safe, and that Siren is going to be on top of the astral defense, and Convoy and his drones have things locked down right here. And he's like, the best thing that I can do is deliver the bomb as quickly as possible. So that's what he's gonna do. And he's bringing Arcole to make sure that it gets planted. So he's leaving. He is trusting. He's trusting the crew to do what they're gonna do, and he's gonna make sure that the bomb gets there as quickly and safely as possible. So he's gonna keep running on up.
Full on, spend your major action into a minor action and pump in 6 minor actions worth of movement again.
Yes, sir. And he's just hoping that Arcole doesn't get like motion sick or anything, and just start puking on his back.
Logically speaking, that won't happen until you start to slow down and make major turns, which is about to happen. 6 minor actions worth of movement are going to put you on the opposite side of the base of the space elevator itself, to where you are no longer in the more decorative sections of this lower half. You are now entering into what best be described as the inner workings. Structural pieces that are mainstay, large pieces of piping and I-beam and whatnot, and the internal structure itself that surrounds the base of the train and the actual fibrous railing that runs into outer space. You are now entering into those parts. The visual on your allies is gone. All you can see is their icon. Ahead of you, there are 4 icons inbound. They are all drones, and they are flying straight towards you guys. The path at which you're about to take is going to veer you toward your left, and the drones are coming forward from you a more of a straight direction. So when you start to turn on your directions that are laid out in your tom-tom, they will be turning to their right and coming up behind you. So that's a warning. But you cannot see them right now because they are around the curve of all of this inner structure of this space train's railway. So
Alrighty.
That's your action.
Yep, that's a future problem.
Future problem, correct. Nova.
Where
Go ahead.
are the mages who are controlling the
next.
spirit?
That mage is in astral space.
Dang. Where's his physical body?
You have no idea.
Dang it. Okay.
That would be something your mage would need to determine.
I forget. Can we shoot spirits?
I don't know. That's a lie. I do know. You don't know.
Well, okay. So Nova's inside voice says, push Convoy and Technosiren down and lock the door. Her actions, though, are shoot the drones, because that's what she can see. The two that were coming towards us.
Only one drone was walking towards you guys, and it was the confused drone.
I thought the other one was following it.
Nope. The confused drone is the only one heading towards you guys, and he's still acting confused.
Shoot it.
There's the
because-
element. Go ahead.
Yeah. I shoot the confused drone. Because a confused piece of technology is a dangerous piece of technology.
Go for it. Yeah, its defense rating is pretty decent. It's might be aware of the incoming threat, but even if it buys its 3 defense, that's going to drop that to a 8 plus the 3 damage already. That's going to back up to 11. It can buy its body roll. What, 6? It would buy 2? No, its body's 8, so it'd buy 2 still. That's not going to stop. It's going to take more than enough to put it down. You blast a hole in the drone. As it falls to the ground, it clutches its wound, reaches up to the sky, and then falls limp.
Okay. And then this manifesting spirit is really spooky looking. It's all trash. So
Yes.
I shoot it because I don't know any better.
Excellent. It is aware of your action, so it's going to defend itself. And it has... Oh, dear God, that's a huge number. Okay, cool.
And I would like to spend, because I'm dual wielding, agility, I've mastered it. What's it called? I have proficiency in it. No, what's it called?
Expertise.
Specialization or expertise.
Specialization or expertise.
Attribute mastery, so I get edge from it. So I'm gonna spend 2 and 2, and I'm gonna turn 2 4s into 5s, so that'll give me 12 hits.
Awesome. That puts you at 12 hits. It has a defense roll of 5, reducing your 12 to a 7. And that puts your damage total at 10. Ooh, it was a terrible body roll. We knock off some of the damage due to it being an elemental. You blast a hole through it, and you feel that there is some effect from your round shrapneling, hitting some of the flurries of things. But after a quick moment, it seems to recombine itself into a whirlwind of debris and trash and continue to surge up the stairs behind you guys. Did you do damage? It looks like you did damage. Does it recover? Well, yeah, it's still going to come after you.
Techno, I think you need to deal with this.
Oh, muted, by the way.
I make so many laughs and noises. I have to mute myself. I'd be really distracting otherwise.
All right. X-Baron, still in your pan, will say, "Oh Lord, sweet childs. Oh Lord, sweet children, do you need some help? Looks like you have stepped in way over your... Oh, and then, of course, you blow a hole through the hologram. Oh, you done ticked her off. Whew. What are you up to? What do you intend to achieve? And she's very interested, but she's like, you know what? Better probably don't tell me what you're doing. And then she will say, and she'll pop over next to our Cole and say, I'm going to go put a whooping on Hooper's mainframe and see if I can't stir the host up. Give you some relaxation from this. Give me at least a minute. Give me a couple of seconds to get over there before you start doing anything terribly weird, strange. And then she'll disappear at this point in time.
Anything that you can do. Anything that you can do.
All right. Drones are dancing out. On the drone dancing time, the engineers back at Hooper's are now attempting to regain control over their devices. Scrolling back up to our Cole's dice rolls. Oh, there we are. Good. And control group number 1. 4 successes. Our Cole! They're winning. They haven't won. They're winning. Group number 2. They're winning. They haven't taken control back over. Last but not least, gotta find Convoy's roll.
I didn't roll. I bought successes.
How many did you buy? Was it like 8?
6.
6?
Because they're drones.
Someone is bringing the dance programming that you dropped in offline. Haven't succeeded yet, but they're getting closer. All right. The air elemental surges up. Nova, you have slammed the door shut, and it will destroy the door, picking up all the glass and adding it to its body. So that's its attack against the door. Let's go ahead and determine that. 15 dice. 5 successes. All right, let's do its strength.
A tornado of glass?
That's terrifying.
Good thing we don't.
12, 15. All right. It will destroy the glass and add the glass to its aerial form of whirling death. It is now a tornado of glass. All right. That's its action. Major action, attack the door. It has a minor action with the move up. Its next minor action is a move. Because its other special ability, engulf, just means it has to stand in the area where you are at for you to be affected by the whirling glass blades flinging through the air.
Again, could be worse. Could be sharks.
You know, I thought about a shark spirit being summoned, but I don't know. It felt a little off.
Why did I just have the impulse to argue with you about whether or not there's air in space? We're gonna...
Quick, in outer space. That's not going to help here. It's funny.
We are in outer space, aren't we?
No, you are not in outer space. You're still on Earth.
She has the whole alien costume on right now, so she's...
Man, I thought we were going to outer space.
All right, the damage is equal to magic rating, which is 6 plus 2, so that's 8. Because it is currently engulfed in shards, that goes from stun to lethal damage. And that affects everyone in its area. You pushed everyone back, so that is just you, Nova. 8 lethal damage. Your body is mostly steel, though, right?
Yeah.
Let's bring that down from 8 back down to 6. I think the glass is going to have an effect, but not as bad off as it would if you were a soft, squishy person like Convoy or Techno Siren.
Okay.
So, do you have any normal armor that blocks or reduces damage?
Yeah, I do.
How much?
Armor is... I have a defense rating of 21.
That does nothing to stop damage in this game. You actually have to have hardened armor that stops damage. Otherwise, it's a body roll.
I have oh shoot, I forgot what it's called. I don't think I equipped my mil-spec. So let me
You were paid. He gave you mil-spec. You guys probably have that gear with you, but you just haven't put it on, right?
correct.
Mine was on. I just put my spacesuit dealie on top.
See, did you not get that memo?
Can we do that?
Huh?
I didn't think it would fit in the suit.
I mean, it like the mil-spec's armor is form fitting.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's a custom suit.
I'm having a crisis here. Let's see. I've got ortho skin. That's 4. Well, you know what? I have murder armor on. Probably. I can use a minor action to play dead.
I mean, yeah.
I'll just pretend to be dead. Let's see. Let's see what happens.
All right.
Okay, so body roll, right, to get me through it, but then I'll do a con and charisma versus perception and intuition test.
Sure.
And it's a -4 dice pool modifier on the attacker. So we'll step by step. Body roll.
Let's do the body roll.
Just defense, right?
Yep. No, you not defense, body.
Body.
Just body.
Buddy. Submit. Attribute. Nah. Well, if I roll, I don't know what this is gonna roll, but submit. Body plus 0, right? Just body. So it's 2.
Yep. Did you want to do anything to that? That's going to take your 6 down to 4 points of damage.
I'm going to do.
And audience, this would be the time that NERPs and bonus dice and all those really great things would help her out because she's about to die.
No, I'm not.
She just got a really great job down in California working with her friends, going to get out of the rat race and finally move up. But no, she's going to get shredded by glass spirits.
Oh, yeah, for future reference, you can just hit soak, which is a body roll. That's what I was just testing.
Oh my God. It's probably a better button. It probably rolls better. Who knows?
The button rolls better.
I will spend my last 2 edges to turn a 4 into a 5, so that's 3 hits.
All right, so you'll take 3 damage. It'll put every action you do at a -1. You're getting lacerated and cut up by the glass shards flying around. And now we are making what was it again? You're doing con.
I am rolling con and charisma, and you roll perception and intuition -4.
Perception 6, intuition is 6, -4 would be 8. And you did damage to it. Total of 2 more lost. Hit the go button. 2 successes.
I beat it by 3. You're con. Do you think I'm dead?
All right. So the air elemental whips over, and you 2 need to roll as well versus the 5. Your perception versus the 5 to think whether Nova is actually dead or not.
Let's see. And then I'll read the rest of this text while you guys are rolling. Success means the attacker ignores the character, assuming they are down, effectively giving them the invisible 4 status. If the user makes an attack on the previous attacker, the invisible status is lost after your attack. Murder armor simulates injuries with built-in gore packs, which must be replaced after each use. So I am red. I look red.
Yeah. Oh yeah. All right. And it looks like
I've got cool eyes. I get extra for that. Hold on 1 second.
Meanwhile, I'm screaming, Nova!
Oh, snap.
Nope.
No.
I think she's dead too.
That's right. You put your cool eyes away, man.
So part of the murder armor is actually like a fake limb falling off. So as this thing of whirling glass moves onto her position, she's getting ready to whip out a weapon. Also, she gets spun around, an arm flies in one direction, blood swooshes across the ground, gets picked up at the same time through this blood glass tornado of doom. And its eyes look down at the body, then looks at you guys and begins moving in your direction. Since she made sure to put herself away, all you see is a blood-covered, dismembered Nova on the ground.
I just want to be clear that I am currently screaming louder than I probably should into my microphone.
Oh my goodness, that is so great, because I was just about to ask it, is your comm hot? So you guys are listening to Hexbear, and she's like, I'm going to give you some help. All you is...
Yeah, I'm literally screaming.
I love the fact that your mic peaked out during all of that.
Hey, Nova, do you have a bio monitor, right?
Let me take a
Does
look.
murder armor have a biomonitor?
Gear. No, hold on. Augs.
Your comm might have one too.
Oh, do you think Grandma knows how to turn that on?
That's fair.
Sorry, Abuelita.
Okay.
We didn't mean it.
I do have a bio monitor.
Okay, so I hear her screaming over it. I'm like, and I check.
Techno Siren just losing her stuff.
Losing her mind, and I check and I see that she still has vitals on the bio monitor, and I'm just gonna be over comms. Just remember, breathe, calm people live, panic people die. Remember that. As he's still running with Arco.
You're gonna yell back at him, tornado of bloody glass coming after us. What are you talking about?
I just say, but she's shredded to pieces.
Breathe. Breathe. In through your nose. Out through your mouth. Do you have access to the bio monitor?
What's that?
She's okay.
My
She will
secret.
be okay.
Okay. Okay.
Even if she wasn't okay, you freaking out like that is not going to help you at all. Remember, calm people lived, panic people die.
I'm imagining this piece of wisdom as he is just booking it.
Just running so fast.
Very anime scene, you know, like the wind blowing through his hair and stuff, and then like you just see like, the whooshes from clearly him being drawn going fast.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to end that with me getting like the focus on my eyes as I also focus on my goal. That's what's happening. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, please continue.
All right. Drones. We've already rolled for them. Bot has been hologram has been destroyed, so she's getting that reconstructed so she can reappear and start harassing you people some more. That's going to take a moment because 15 points of damage to her deck really was a lot of damage to her deck. She's pretty screwed. She has to go get a new one out. Not like she doesn't have a closet filled with them.
But you gotta boot it up. You gotta,
I have an idea.
You got to update it.
Envoy, roll a d6. And
Sure.
if you roll a 1 through 3, it's going to be funny. If it's a 4, 5, or 6, she finds something else. 6.
Yeah.
Cool. 1. No, it's funny. She finds her kid's, her granddaughter's cyber terminal, and she activates that. So she's going to have like a little kid persona when she shows back up.
That's so much worse. We can't shoot that.
No, what would be funny is if it was her teenage sons or whatnot, and like it's just full of viruses because he's just
No.
Or it's her grandmother's.
Design.
It's her grandmother's because it's got all the tabs open.
And it just like runs at like half a frame a second.
Right.
Oh, but if it was the teenage sons, imagine an icon with giant boobs.
Yeah.
Just the
That's
worst
hilarious.
cyberpunk ad that you've ever seen.
Or Cole, it's your turn.
So, what I'd like to do is, now that they are currently trying to take down my previous spoof command, which was conga line, so just to try to nail down what I want to do, I want the drones to come back online with a new spoof command. I don't know if I would need to re-spoof them for that or not, but I want them to see the wind elemental as the enemy. I want them to see the wind elemental as the enemy mages, in this case Techno Siren's spirit. Is that
Yeah, you could.
something?
That's a spoof. That's a spoof. Yeah,
And run a new spoof?
you'd have to be running a new spoof.
Okay.
But you're going to be resisting the riggers and not the drones at this point in time. So I have to roll because the riggers are in trying to rewire everything.
Can I get Grosson to help?
Yep, he'll give you 3 dice.
Here, I'll
Alright,
roll
first-
that 3 first.
All right, that's 1 extra to your total.
Mm-hmm. And so I have way too many up right now. New spoof, new spoof. There we go.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, but look what I
Still-
rolled
still-
right at the same
yeah.
time. So out of 12 dice, they got 1. Out of 19 dice, you got 4. So as you zip in and start trying to rewrite the spoof, other rigger sees you and starts dropping some noise. You retaliate by clearing up the noise a little bit using grouse, and then he retaliates with, it literally turns into like a little slap fest of stop, just back and forth. You guys are struggling for control over this group of drones. And then finally, you're able to hit the spoof command in, lock it in place. You know, it's like 2 kids fighting over the same toy, trying to get the same toy into the same slot. You know, finally you win and just start swatting his hand back. And so they activate, pull their guns, and just start opening fire on the air elemental.
During this time, I would like to spend a minor action in order to get their bullets. Oh, wait, no. I'm so sorry. Never mind. Not aiming at a Matrix creature. Still bullets.
They're still bullets. Also, just like beforehand, when I said that your rolls can affect more than one group, you've got a total of 4 successes. I got only 1. So I'm going to roll for the next group. And if I still don't make 4 or more, you got 2 groups of drones. Nope, you only got 1 group of drones. The other guys pulled all the chips to one side, like, no, these are mine. Leave me alone. You know. But you got 1, and they start opening fire. So those drones will automatically start buying some successes. 3 each, 3 drones. The air elemental is not aware of their attack, so therefore cannot necessarily defend unless I make a perception check, which they have 12 dice at it. They've already taken some damage, so hit the go button. 3. The elemental is aware of being attacked, and so its defense rating is fine, no big deal. Attack rating doesn't matter because there's no edge for drones to use, because you're letting the pilot programs do their thing. All right. So 3, 6, and now the elemental is going to defend. And that was... There it was. It's 10, 16, minus 2, 14. 10 successes. So, yeah, you guys in the building, as this bloody wall of bloody glass begins flying towards you, the drones hustle into a direction. They pull their rifles up and begin opening fire. The elemental becomes aware of the oncoming attack and just begins shifting out of the way as they begin spray firing into it. So, in a sense, causing the elemental to move away from you guys and not closer to the two of you. Arcole, that was your major action. You still have minor actions left. Do you have any?
I don't think I have anything to use in this case. If anything, no, that would be a major action. Because there are still a small group of drones that are following after me and Steel, right?
About to be, yes.
Oh, I don't think that I have anything that would necessarily help.
You can turn your deck into a jamming device to give them noise to deal with.
That is right. Okay, no, I'll turn myself into a jammer.
Cool. That's a minor action, which would be your computer plus your logic, and those number of successes, not the other word I just said. That doesn't count. 3. So this gives them a penalty to the dice pool at this point in time. That's it. So there's a minor action, otherwise hanging on to both Steel Tiger and the thermonuclear weapon. All right.
Casual Tuesday.
Convoy. Casual Tuesday.
All right, cool. Are the drones that we're losing control of in view of myself or my drones?
Of your drones, yes. And you, yes. Yeah, so yes to both.
Cool. I think I will use a minor action to see if my drones can override him again, just to give him a hand. Is that a thing I can do?
You want to aid making it harder for the other people to take over?
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. You just re-roll, and your other successes get dumped into the successes you had beforehand.
Cool. These are
pretty
drones.
much what Arcole was doing with it.
All right. You know what? I'll roll. Sorry, I'm doing math real quick. Okay.
5, and you bought 6 last time, and the guy got 3 this time. So yeah, you just tripled down on like everything, making this incredibly hard for this guy to unlock the process of which you and your drones had done. So they're still line dancing.
Okay. And then I will use I will use a free action to point at the drone that's been following us and malfunctioning, and just point it and be like, "Are you on our side?"
He just got a
on our
gigantic hole pushed through his chest by the
never mind.
Ares Predator 15.
Okay,
yeah,
I don't do that. I forgot.
If he was, he's dead. That free spirit has been.
Then instead, I will say, I'll use my action to keep moving.
Okay.
And
you
then
have how many minor actions left?
Just one. That's it. And then a free action. I'll say to Techno Siren, use that sword or let's go.
All right, Techno, it's your turn.
Okay, I know that Convoy just told me to use my sword, but I have a question. I want to do maybe a little creative spellness here. So
Sure.
The air elemental itself is made of mana, right?
Yes.
The glass that is inside of it, is that still physical?
Yes.
So in theory, I could fling the glass out of the elemental at other things.
Yes.
Nice. Cool. So great.
Okay.
Before
You're
I
very
decide
happy
that that's
about
what
this.
I am. Well, I have another angle that I want to decide if this is what I want to do instead. First of all, I have so many questions. In terms of other enemies in this area where we are, it's it's the air elemental and then the drones that have currently been bamboozled to think that the air elemental is their opponent, right?
Correct. And then there's group number 1 of drones who have been retaken over by their rigger.
Oh, and then there's just the one group of drones that's still dancing.
Yep.
Okay. In my head, then that means that like the air elemental is kind of like between us and the drones that previously were dancing and are now on our way.
Yes, that is correct.
Great. Then this is actually, never mind. I'm not even going to ask you about my second choice because this is exactly what I want to do. I want to fling the glass out of the air elemental at the group of drones behind it to try to hurt
Go
them.
for it. Yes.
Yeah. That will make the air elemental less dangerous too, right?
Yes, it will.
Amazing. I just want to make sure I'm making the right decision. It scares me. I'm like facing off against my worst nightmare. I can't do anything about spirits. They're like,
I know.
They're like my kryptonite. I can't.
I know.
Yikes. Okay, let me fling some stuff. Some dreck. Okay, I gotta roll sorcery and magic. You get to roll object resistance.
All right. The glass is low on the totem pole. That's 5.
Ooh.
1.
Oh. Okay,
You
so
are-
for... Yeah. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
The glass is very simplistic and therefore doesn't get a lot of resistance against the power, the spell you're using.
Would you? I was gonna say, yeah, 4 kilograms, 4.5 kilograms is how much I get to move.
Yes.
Okay.
And really, like, that's a lot. The amount of glass that's there is not near that much. So
What is the distance that it's traveling now to get to the other drones?
probably about 4 meters at most. So near.
Medium? Near?
Near.
So then this means that I get to... It makes my attack rating magic +2. I don't really know what that means.
Your magic rating is a 6 plus 2 makes it 8. Less damage. Because the glass is sharp and cuts, if it was a fleshy thing, it would add another 2. So the drones then will buy their body of 8, which is 2 successes, and they'll stop 2 of the 8 damage automatically, so they take 6. They have 6 boxes, so the glass shards will shred through the drones at high.
You shredded my friend
rates.
first!
As they ding through the drones, just the cascading effect of these shrapnel pieces tear the drones apart. The magic just punches holes through them. The drones that were these are the drones that are shooting at the elemental, and they're gone.
No,
But the
I wanted to
elemental
get the
no
ones
longer-
that had been previously dancing. Before they got it.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, yeah.
Not the ones that have come after the elemental, but the other group who just. So the one rigger got control of his drones, like ha ha ha, and they get shredded.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Oh, yeah, he's gonna have to write that up in a report. You know how hard it is to write. I had everything under control. Before we go to our next break,
Magic Drek. That's all you need to.
magic track.
Yay! Okay, that was
Wizard.
really fun for me. Thank you. Oh wait, I should roll drain. I gotta roll that now. I'm fine. Okay. The end.
Almost.
Oh. Almost?
He did say before, God is still speaking. Hear him.
Oh no.
Sorry, you've just reached the ASMR Arcole hour. Just in case you're unsure of whether or not to keep on listening and aim for that #RimPC prize. Stick around. You'll like the end of the finale. I don't know. I'm not Max. I think he's good now, though.
As you guys are making your move action, to get farther away from the elemental, this gives Nova her opportunity to do a sneak attack when it comes to her action, which will be soon as we get back. Steel Tiger, you make that turn and start heading toward the first flight of stairs, and you begin dashing back and forth. It's not necessarily like running back and forth. You're kind of like leaping, because if you did do the dash back and forth, you would be fine. But you would Gwen Stacy Arcole in no time. And if you know what I mean, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Non-cyborg bodies are not meant to go back and forth a bunch. So as you begin leaping up the flight of stairs, heading up in this earlier part of the day, your viewpoint is to where you're heading. Towering skyscrapers loom overhead on all sides of this space train, casting long shadows across the urban landscape. A massive silhouette cuts through the air with ominous grace. The majestic form gliding effortlessly through the towering structures, its scales shimmering in the sunlight. With a powerful beat of its wings, it begins to descend toward the elevator. Its gaze lands upon two individuals hustling up the elevator's interior. You are very aware through your special eyeballs, Steel Tiger, that it can see you, and it is watching you as it begins honing in on the elevator. The dragon descends. We'll be back after this commercial break.
We'll be back, right back, y'all. I get maybe. Bye.
Bye.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Well, she says spell like 92 times. Spell, 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 spell,
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
don't believe you. I don't believe you one bit, man. I know your games. I see you've been here for an entire year. You can try, but I don't believe we're live at all. Okay, like
No. Like I threw up a false flag. We're back in. We're back in.
No, I don't believe you.
3, 2,
Hang
1.
on. Sorry.
and we're live.
3, 2, 1. There we go.
Amber, I need you to speak, Amber, and say the
You
things that
got
are
it.
important.
And you know what's important to me? This giveaway. Drop a hashtag RemPC in the chat to be entered for a chance to win tonight's giveaway, a PDF copy of Matt Forbeck's Shotguns and Sorcery 5th edition sourcebook. Our winner will be announced at the end of the episode, and you'll be reached out to via Twitch Whispers. Now, if you want, you can subscribe to Gen Con TV during the stream, and you'll receive 7 additional entries, and you can also buy your way in. For every 100 bits you donate, that gives 1 additional entry and even allows you to give one of us players a NERP to use. 300 bits gives a player 1 edge, and 500 bits gives a player 4 edge. And if you want to make this already really challenging mission more challenging, how many times can I insert challenging into a sentence? You can choose to give those gifts to our game runner, Max.
Oh, hello. That would be me.
Please don't. I
Please
beg of
do.
you. I'm squishy.
Let him beg. Do it in just a minute.
Or give them to both of us, and then the fight just becomes that much more epic.
Oh, that's true too.
True. Donate to everyone.
Donate to everyone. Top of the initiative is Nova.
Me? No, I think it's Steel because I decided to go after
yeah.
it.
Yeah. That was me.
Pew, pew, pew. It's your turn. Steel.
We have a dragon in the sky. Be on alert. And how far away are we from the door?
1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. So you are now 300 meters beneath it.
Beneath it.
So it's
all right. I have a
climbing
grapple.
there.
I have a
Oh,
grappling
snap.
hook.
I forgot you had a grappling hook. I was going to make you do a bunch of athletics roll.
Yeah.
How long is
so
your grappling hook?
It goes. Let's see. That's a good question. Let's look at it. I believe it's something like either between like 100 or 200 meters or something like that. That's what I want to say. Where is it here? Grapple gun. Microwire. Doesn't say right there. I think you get microwire in 75 meters. Okay. So I got
That's
75 meters.
That's per spool of microwire, and I'm
Yeah,
assuming you
I
have
have
more than
3
one
of them.
spool. Okay, so that's gonna be more than enough to get you where you need to. So it's a minor action to reload your grappling gun, and I'm assuming it's a major action to fire it.
Okay.
So since you can fire it, use it, reload it, you won't be able to fire it, but you could then do some athletics to keep going.
I will do that, and I will
Man,
suggest.
that's gonna cut it. I was looking at 3 rounds to 4 rounds of like jumping back and forth and just terrorizing our Cole as he was like spaghettied back and forth. But like we're looking at 2 rounds. You just cut it in half. You get location.
Yeah, and as we're doing that, I'm gonna tell Arco, you might want to start getting that ready. Yeah. we're gonna need to be in a hurry. As he kind of nods his head towards the dragon that's about to come towards our way.
The dragon's going to be here before that takes place, unless you suddenly become creative with your length of rope and a fulcrum of some type that will make you fling to the necessary location. You follow my drift?
I would like to help out with these calculations. with me after I get done looking over, seeing the dragon, panicking ever so briefly. Can I gift Steel some edge in order to better slingshot?
Yes, it's still going to be athletics roll. To utilize the grappling hook as part of a fulcrum, and then basically fling yourselves to a higher location quicker.
I'm just imagining, the AR coming out between the two of them. Like they're going over, doing the lines and the calculations of how you're like quickly gets erased because he's recalculating.
Athletics for our cult as well for this calculation, or?
Oh, okay. I rolled a 5.
I would say I'm looking for 8, so you need at least 3 more successes.
Okay.
I would say logic plus computer to do the calculations, and whatever net hits you get gives Steel Tiger bonus dice.
Oh, 7 more dice. Nice. Here's 6. Then 1 more, 7.
Yeah, there's 3 right there in that first group. You hit the 8 necessary. So
boom.
There's
Teamwork
2
makes the
ways.
dream work.
Yeah, exactly right. There's 2 ways Max sees this happening. A, you guys get on the outside, grappling hook it, and run around a whole bunch. And then once it's wound up, you unspin and fling yourselves higher. 2, you grappling hook it, terrorize the dragon, wait for it to get close enough that when it collides with you, it punts you into your given location.
Oh, dude, I gotta jump off the snap, dude. I gotta springboard off the snap. That's what we gotta do. We have to.
So as you're doing the calculations, he's like, yeah, we just wrap around. And your response is, but if we have enough power behind our first trajectory, we'll get up there. Yeah, but where are we going to find something that? We need something that weighs, like maybe about 15 to 20 tons. Steel Tiger just goes, our answer will descend upon us shortly. Get ready. Some sort of, IRO state.
The dragon is the answer.
When all else fails, look to the sky. Or whatever the dragon says.
No, that's perfect.
Okay, yeah. So now my question as a game master to you, the dragon's gunning for you. What are you going to do to kind of get it to beeline into your location? Stay out of its view, make rude gestures.
To be honest, if it wants to take its sweet time getting here, that's fine. That just means we get closer and closer to our goal, right?
No. Our Cole sees the calculations in his brain. He knows that an instigation needs to be in place. He,
gotcha.
as your hands are occupied, keeping me spider monkeyed, our Cole is just doubled up at the sky, middle fingers, and yelling up at this dragon in order to get him into place.
Everyone knows that dragons are vulnerable to the bird.
It is known.
I don't know. It is known, right?
They have a weakness to hand gestures because they have no real hands.
It's a double mocking gesture.
All right. Cool. So we're going to say that your actions are to prep for what's coming and save your action for what happens next. So Nova.
All right. Nova is laying on the ground and she's being ignored by the spirit. So she gets up and readies her gun and she hears about this dragon and she recalls that a boon was made. And so she starts reciting a little poem, because what's a more magical way to call it a boon, right?
Yeah. Go for
Twinkle,
it.
twinkle, little bat. Elwyn, where the fuck you at? that boom. Hurry up, zoom, zoom, zoom. There's a dragon here we need to fight. You need to defeat them with all your might. There's a mission we must complete. So thanks for taking all the heat. When the space elevator goes down, that's when you can get out of town. And then I shoot the air spirit.
So you two are across the room hauling ass as much as you can. And as you're at the top of the stairs, you're heading into the open area. You know she's behind you. She's dead and gored. And all of a sudden you hear that musical incantation echoing across the halls. And it sounds like scary, like, oh my God. And like, so there's this moment where even the air elemental slows down, like, what's going on? And it starts to turn about the time you take your shot. It has no defense. You were considered invisible to it. So whatever you roll, you roll.
I cannot think of a better one F-bomb than what was just dropped.
It was great. That is the best one of the season. 18 points of damage. The air elemental can knock off 4, bringing it down to 14. It can make its body roll, which it's already lost. It doesn't have it in loss to it, but body is not that great. So it can knock off another 2, putting it down to 12. It already took 6. It can't take 12 because its total is 12. So it could only take 6 more before the Ares Predator 15 obliterates the remnants of the magical energies holding the elemental together. It dissipates and turns into ethereal whispers spinning and drifting across the floor like a dust devil in the noon sky, or the noonday heat, just wafting in all directions. Any other minor actions you want to do?
Yeah, let's start running towards. Let's get in there. Let's go meet up with Steel.
All right. So you have a total of 5 minor actions and 1 regular attack. So you did the regular. I'm not going to say that that was a free action. So the other 5, you could zip up, grab Convoy and Techno Siren and start spider monkeying them a little bit. I don't know if you just want to run with them or carry them like
Yeah, I lift them like potato sacks under each arm.
Deja vu! You did this to me in Arcole the day that we met.
Oh my God, full circle.
Yeah.
All right. The drones, the 4 drones that were zipping up toward the 2 of you climbing the tower, they've hit the area of noise. They started kind of assessing their situation. They all shut down and they alight. Their icons go off. The drones outside that are currently dancing have lost connection to the Hooper host. And Hexbaron comes back over and says, all right, I found the power plug to the Hooper station. Grill was over on that side of town, and he had a couple of hand grenades that he turned off the building's power with. So you guys got time. Hooper isn't going to be up anytime soon, but they do have an orbital satellite that could probably become a problem by getting some of these guys booted back up. So I'd give you at least a minute or 2 as far as that goes. My boys are going to try to go hide out now that they've decided to drop some bombs on one of the corpse. So those drones are no longer useful or valid.
Ma'am.
I can remove them. That elemental just got obliterated. All right. A teenage hologram, a young male teenage hologram. No, we said child. A young girl hologram appears in front of you, and with a spicy attitude, she will say, you might have slowed Hooper down, but they will come back online, and my ally will obliterate you and your weapon. You will not stop me. Period. This little child starts barking at Arcole and Steel Tiger.
Who is this lost sassy child?
Steel, I'm assuming that I can tell who it is by who's speaking through it. Steel, that's Fought.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh.
He leaves it at that.
Since I held... Oh, no. Never mind. No, I didn't end up holding. Never mind. Yeah, no, our Cole, without any actions left, is just going to look over and be like, oh, it seems like you've lost some weight, and height, and age. Good for you.
She hasn't stopped, dude. She's not missing a beat. She's like, turn yourself over, criminals. I will make sure your punishment equals the crimes you have committed. She doesn't stop. Arcole, your action has already been taken, so Convoy.
All right. Convoy's being carried, which I'm thankful for. I was getting out of breath. Okay, so I'm trying to understand my surroundings. I'm kind of like looking up. They're so far away. I can't imagine we're gonna catch up with them anytime soon. What is the, like, is there a drop off? Is there a place that we'd be able to jump off
from here?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Once you get outside of the terminal itself, there's only a railing that can stop you, and it's not even a big railing. You know, it's probably not even of adequate safety.
Okay, and there's enough like fall time for our backpacks to work from where we are.
I didn't say that.
Okay, well, I guess that's what I'm asking.
What's the fall distance needed for the backpacks to work properly?
It does not say that. It does not give me that information, but
it probably is like 10 meters at most. So the answer would be yes. If you aim for where you're not going to be hitting a building anytime soon, when you jump off, your drone parasol should do fine. And I say that because, like, there's not a lot around this station, but you can still jump off and hit, like, ventilation shafts or other nearby buildings that are part of the installation itself if you jump in the wrong direction. But you guys are smart. You know what you're doing.
Okay, that's fine then. In that case, in the capable arms of Nova, I'm going to use my major action to jump into Goose.
Okay.
And then I don't know if that gives me new initiative right away, but I'm not sure how that works.
Your initiative changes on next round.
Next round. Great. Okay.
Yep.
Then I will use my minor action to tell my drones to head up to help. My hope is at least Goose is going to go up. I guess no, I'm in Goose now, so I can't. But I will tell my my flying drone to go up. My other to send Slugger up, and then I'll have my other drones go back. They're gonna head back into the elevator. They're gonna head back that way.
Okay, not a problem. Did you guys want to, considering you might be close to the finish, prep your escape?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
I mean, you guys can stay here as long as you want, but when, the 7 minutes on the bomb goes off, it's a 10-minute hike to the edge for that 7-minute bomb.
Yeah.
So, we never got finished setting that up.
That's what the homework was about.
About me and Convoy had a perspective conversation about setting up a communication system to where our Cole could effectively Slim Jim in and get Mama Bear here. However, I believe that ended up being a little bit more of an expensive operation from what I remember.
Yeah, Mama Bear can't fit on. We found out Mama Bear can't fit up top, so Mama Bear's parked.
Yep.
And we have to get to the sewers basically and get flushed.
You got to get there's more to flushing that you need to do, and that hasn't been started yet.
Yeah. Okay. So instead of jumping in, I'm going to use my major action to get that started. Because I don't need it. I can just tell them to with a minor.
Okay. There's no dice rolls necessary. You already have the systems hacked because you had made efforts to communicate with those drones ahead of time. So they are activating those systems at this point in time. You still need to hot sim in so that you can be in communication and get them going. So you still do go limp. The moment you go limp, that's when those internal mechanisms in the Emerald City turn on. And so everything starts to rumble. Because they're heating up. Those low Earth orbital maneuvering thrusters that are part of everything turn on. And since they have no place to vent their hot gases, they vent right next to the ice storage facilities on the Emerald City itself, causing those giant tanks of frozen ice to begin to melt. And since they're only containers and not pressurized, the water has to go somewhere. And so the engineers, being smart, set up a flushing system. So and then finally we get to Techno Siren. You two are being carried.
We're being carried, and we're heading on the way. Can I see the dragon?
From here, yes.
Yeah. And can I have a refresher on this dragon is basically protecting this space elevator because it is like it's a source of power and stuff like that. Like why did we ever figure out why the dragon is here?
No.
Okay.
The route in which you would have figured that out, you guys never went down. You never went to go find out what happened to your old boss, who killed him, why he died, where he disappeared to, and stuff like that. You would have found out more about the dragon.
All right.
It's not a loss. This dragon is here to be a prick.
Well, and I'm gonna figure out what it wants. We're gonna hold on. Give me 2 seconds. I need to weigh my decisions about if I'm gonna take 2 turns, or if I'm gonna take 1 turn. Have I?
Get ready for our Cole ASMR hour.
No. Okay. I would really like to astrally project myself. My hair, the hairs in my face or something else. I would like to astrally project myself, please, onto the dragon, please.
Okay. I mean, astral projection is definitely easy. You already know what you're doing. So appearing within the presence of the dragon, of course, it is a dual nature creature, so it will see you once you appear in the astral.
What I want to do is I just want to touch it so that I can probe its mind. And I know that I need to manifest myself real quick.
Oh yeah, you gotta do. Yeah, so you could do that. That is a major action, manifesting, though. So
I know.
That would be your turn.
I wouldn't be able to mind probe, right? I would just
That's
be
correct. Not till
my
next
whole turn.
round. Your whole turn is astral project, manifest, touch dragon. That's it. That's all I got. Next round.
Yeah, let's go. That's what I did.
All right.
Yeah.
Bottom of the initiative before we move on to the next round. Let's see. No, that's not important. The sassy child hologram who is yipping and whatnot at you guys. As soon as everything starts to rumble, she slows down, talking, and begins looking around. What's going on? What are you doing? What did you do? What did you change? Something about the rumbling, and you guys know what the rumbling is. You've already had the conversation, so you know what's going on. She apparently didn't plan for this, and it has got her attention. And you can see she looks around to people you can't see and starts saying, "If I know what that is, shut it off. I don't care. No." And you know how she has arguments with people you can't see. That's what she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Most people are polite. They turn off the hologram at that point in time, but she's not polite. She will. All right.
I would. Oh, what is? It's con, right? Just a little Hail Mary, mixed in with a joke. I'd like to say, oh, that's just, the whole gross operation that you've got going on here crumbling to the ground. That's actually our mage, shifting tectonic plates just to take you out. And that's just con, right? Or
yeah, that's con.
Okay, because con
charisma plus con falls under influence, right? I don't remember.
Because that is unskilled for me. I'm just throwing a Hail Mary. I'm just talking back right now.
Yeah, con is a skill, and go for it. No successes.
That was expected.
All right.
At the very least, it is just an insult at this point.
She will look to you and say, "Your mage couldn't move Drek. I'm a more powerful mage than you have ever seen in your life. I captured a water spirit. I was able to tame it. You're nothing. And in a few moments," she points up, "you're going to be absolutely nothing." The dragon descends even farther. As you, Nova, run with two passed out individuals, that's what you guys are now. You buses. You feel that tingling, weird feeling like you did when you guys were in Tangier, and all those little creepy, weird, leprechaun-y fairy creatures were running all over the place. And your comm breaks open to X-Baron, and she goes, "Lord Almighty, y'all done did it now. All them damn space angels. What the hell did you just do?"
You just didn't learn. Didn't learn from the first time.
Did you just say space angels?
You know those giant robots that fly around when you guys stole the train?
Oh. We'll be okay.
All right. And now it's Nova's turn. You're currently carrying two incapacitated individuals. Your strength is more than enough to do so. Unless you have anything else to do other than just run to catch up the Steel Tiger. That's pretty much... You're carrying these two while they do their things.
I am, because I do have Elwyn's comm. I'm pretty sure we exchanged info. So I'm just spam messaging him. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? It's tough.
After about the 5th one, he responds, I'm on my way.
Faster, please.
He will respond with an emoji thumbs up to that.
I have a smiley face emoji, a dragon emoji, and a dead emoji. So that's what I do.
All right. And he does not respond to that. He responds back with a text saying, I'm currently driving. All right. Next on the initiative, Steel Tiger. You are 1 round away from the dragon being here, and it is definitely heading in your direction.
Alrighty, I keep making my way up and preparing for its arrival. And once again, I'm just like, let's get this bomb ready. We gotta be quick.
Arcole spent a lot of time practicing setting it up, so I'm pretty sure he knows he's got that part covered.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
The dragon descends at this point in time, and this is the first round of it being incredibly close. It is massive in size. As it moves, you can see that its body elegantly swivels and twists through the air as it gets closer. It just keeps getting bigger. They're large, right? But this thing just seems incredibly too large to be, and it just keeps getting bigger as you're climbing, and as it starts to swoop down, you get to a point that you're moving around to kind of keep out of its direct line, because if it has a direct line, it's just going to release its breath weapon, its noxious, hot breath. And so you keep moving in a circle as you're climbing up, and as it spirals down to kind of get around you, there's a lot going on. You guys are not alone at this point in time. There are camera drones present. News agencies are descending. The dragon swirls. As it comes around in a point of view in front of you, you leap out. With Arcole in one arm, firing the gun in the other, the dragon slams into you. It's intense, but you've prepped for the impact. You roll and spin. The grappling hook spirals into the air, latches on, and the momentum just starts sending you sailing up and around. The dragon swoops past and begins making a curve. And Arcole, all you can hear is Steel Tiger's silky, sexy voice saying, open your eyes. We're about to be there. You need to have your eyes open for this part.
At this point, Arcole is spending his action just to make sure that all of these aerial drones are recording this, but only sending it directly to him, and then immediately wiping all of their memory.
There's way too much going on for that. They're not
fair.
within a good reach.
I just wanted
There's
a good music
noise
video.
and interference. I'm sure you can download it later when it's playing on the local news. As Steel Tiger's grappling hook slightly becomes dislodged, and then there's like some backflipping and stuff, the world stops moving, and you hear him say once again, you have to open your eyes. This is the part where you put the bomb down. You are at...
Don't you dare close your eyes.
Precipice. It is a small junction. It's one of the lowest points in the bridge itself, the train bridge. And it's small. This bomb being powerful enough, it will rip this section apart. And you begin. It's going to take... You're going to be hitting buttons, opening the box, pulling it out, magnetizing it, setting up its defenses. pulling out the comms, turning on the firewall, protecting. Like, he has actions to do, and Arkol flows into it. As Nova, you come rushing out of the base of the tower, looking up. The dragon swirls around. You can barely make out Steel Tiger and Arkol. Steel Tiger, what are you going to do to kind of deflect the dragon from just getting right up into your business? Because you need to give him time.
Okay, so now that Arkol is off doing his thing, I'm going to ready a shotgun. And
You ready a shotgun as the
Yeah.
dragon comes back around, and Technocyan materializes on the dragon's head.
ooh, I'm gonna
I
aim
feel
slightly
tiger.
lower. I'm gonna aim slightly lower. so I don't hear, so I don't hit her. Did it roll? No, it didn't roll. We're gonna try that again. All right, there we go.
All right. Before that happens, it is Technosiren's turn, so we'll let her do the mind meldy thing, and then we can deal with your deflecting shotgunny shot to distract the dragon. Mind meldy
Okay.
time?
Time to mind meld. Here comes my roll. I think that was a good one. Yes. As long as it gets to resist me. Willpower
With-
versus logic. Willpower plus logic.
What is that
dragon?
button? Soak, magical AR, direct magic defense. I think it's this one.
Huh.
No, that was willpower intuition. It's indirect.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't it either.
Oh man.
It's willpower and what was it?
And logic.
There we go.
Hang on. What did I
I mean, you
roll?
got 6. You need one more.
I know. That's why I'm at. What did I roll? Did I get any 4s? Yeah, I got 1. I need 1 more.
You need one more.
And how many edge does it cost to do that? 3? 2.
Close.
Dose. Let's go. Roll that 4. Wait, I get to re-roll it. I just get to turn it.
No, it
right?
automatically turns into a 5, which
Plus
counts as
4.
a success. Yep.
3 4s to 5s. Okay. Minus 6 edge. What just happened for me?
It just
Huh? I'm okay,
For
right?
Each. Yeah. You only want to bump 1. That button makes it bump all 4s.
Oh.
Now you're at negative edge. Your character instantly dies.
I didn't mean to do that though. Can we do
you can't burn
that?
edge. No.
I what?
All right. No, you're fine.
Burn.
Do you have the time reversal spell?
That's a spell? No, it's not. What? Wait. Okay,
Stop
so, but
bullying Techno Siren.
I'm just overwhelmed. Do I still get to read its mind? Do I get to win?
Yes, you're able to reach out and touch its mind, and the beast, this creature, this ancient being from eons ago, it's trying to subvert a tragedy that it believes is going to happen. In its mind, it believes this is the best course of action to save the human race, save the earth, is to allow the tragedy that you know of
I was gonna ask, yeah.
to happen.
Wait, they think
That's
that
what-
the best thing is to let that happen?
It thinks the best thing is to let this tragedy happen.
Okay.
Techno, do you have any sense of... I don't know anything about magic, in character and out of character. Do you have any sense of knowing whether something is being mind controlled?
Can I tell? So here's my follow-up question for you is, do I get to keep all of my successes even though we met on the challenge? To like determine how deep I get to probe into its mind?
Gotta check. I do believe.
Or does it have to be net success? Wait. It says net hits, so
No. Yeah, those are the ones beyond resistance of it. What is the name of the spell again? Mind probe.
Yeah. Yeah, I just read that. It
That's
says
how
net
much
hits.
information.
Okay. So I barely hit that one. So
Yeah, so it allows you to read the subject's surface thoughts.
Which
So
is
the
basically
dragon-
I'm saving humanity.
The dragon knows that you're doing this.
Yeah.
And it's kind of telling you, listen, we are on the same side. You want to save humanity. I want to save humanity. The direction you're going is the wrong direction. I know I've been alive longer than you have. This will work. It will save the earth. It will save humanity from the coming darkness that will destroy so much. Some sacrifices must be made.
And I say
That's its surface thoughts.
I'm sure I can tell that it's intentionally giving me all of that information too. Because I can feel how the magic went. And I also know that my time in contact with this beast is limited. And I before I have to yeet back into my body, I want to say out loud to the wind. I don't know if or in my mind or like astrally to it, probably astrally if I can or whatever. But I want to say to it, I want to say that humanity deserves a better chance than you're giving us. Give us time. We should talk. We've seen the future. And then I snap back to my body.
All right. As you snap back to your body, Steel Tiger puts a couple of shells into it. This is how we communicate around here. Shotgun shells. The damage is 18p. You are definitely within close range. The dragon will roll toward one of its more armored side. Of the 18, it automatically knocks off 8. And then it rolls its body. For another 9, so 17. It takes 1 point. It knows you're there, though.
If it bleeds, we can kill it.
Right?
We discovered the key.
All right, so at this point in time, we're going to go into box text moment. As you return to your body, as the vibrations have increased and the drones are letting you, the fixer, the maker, know the tunnels are filling. Tunnels are filling. From there we go. Amidst the vast expanse of the sky, a colossal figure emerges, dwarfing even the towering skyscrapers. A mechanical marvel of celestial proportions, its gleaming metallic frame adorned with intricate designs that shimmer in the sunlight. With graceful movement, the space angel emanates an aura of otherworldly power and presence, commanding awe and reverence as it descends toward the space elevator. Its massive wings producing a gliding effect as it begins crashing toward the ground. With a thunderous roar, it swoops down and snatches the dragon by the back of the head. Its eyes ablaze with determination in a display of incredible agility. It maneuvers with precision and closing distance to whip the beast away from, and it was coming around to open its breath on Steel Tiger, to whip the beast around and hurtle it away from the elevator. With a resounding clash of metal, this angel engages the dragon on a titanic struggle, slamming into it. They are of equivalent in size. With each powerful blow, the angel seeks to overpower its adversary. The mighty dragon tears back with teeth and claws, a beast who had clung to an ancient time and power, fighting against a technological marvel created by man. With a mighty heave, the dragon rips a large chunk of the mecha's torso open. Kicking away, the mecha grips a hold of its steel saber and brings down a mighty blow into the scaly hide, servos whirring with exertion as it propels itself into the beast with a stab. Sword lodged, the beast flings itself, grappling with claws and bites into the mechanical wonder. With a twist of its torso, the mecha plummets, beast facing downward toward the grounds of Whimsyland and the Emerald City. Thrusters burst in brilliant display as the creature slams, colliding into the ground. Cataclysmic shockwave reverberates through the air, sending a ripple of chaos cascading through the whimsical land of plastic, toys, make-believe characters. Some buildings crash, others crumble. Sirens are blaring. Drones hover and fly in all directions to witness the titanic battle between this angel and the beast. Over, your comm comes over. I have the dragon under control. You should probably leave.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Elwyn. Hey, Steel, let's get that bomb in place and go.
I agree. Cool.
Cole's been trying to focus most of this time. He hasn't been able to put the memory and the RAM into the conversation that has just happened. He's just like, of course, yeah, no, absolutely. Not knowing exactly what just transpired.
You just watched.
Elwyn.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
he's focused on making sure that he doesn't blow up from this bomb.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm tracking. Well, yeah, keep doing what you're doing.
Noah's gonna start getting a head start, getting Techno and Convoy like off Emerald City.
Okay. Thank you for finishing that sentence.
Yeah, you're welcome. The anticipation.
Gotta build that tension, right? Cycles of tension and then release.
I'm in trouble in the last episode. Sorry, everyone.
Continue. You guys, this is you guys right now. There is a giant mecha out there beating the crap out of a dragon. Security forces are trying to figure out what the heck they're supposed to do. So This
As
is
soon
your
as
show.
yeah.
Or Cole knows that he needs to get this bomb set, and that is what most of his memory is on at the moment. He knows that everyone is stressed right now. He's trying to push it to the back and just focus on setting this bomb, because he knows that if there's, regardless of what's happening elsewhere, if there's a second of hesitation somewhere, it doesn't matter. He's gonna get blown up next.
Steel Tiger's just covering the door, waiting for him to finish, while prepping his glider to jump off this before it explodes. He's just waiting for Arkol to do his thing.
Convoy's prepping the escape. He's got those going, but he also has to like get Mama Bear prepped, figure out how it's going to blow open the exit if it has to. Which it should be able to. It's got the gun has grenades. Hopefully that'll do it. But so that's what Convoy is out and like controlling all of his drones and putting everybody in place and trying to calculate with the backpacks exactly where we need to land to get into the sewers.
Okay, right. Not a problem. And Arkol, at some point, there's a moment, you're button pushing, you're following the path, you're going through the information. Grouse is right there. He's walking you through it, as you guys have known. 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to step 5, step 6, step 7, step 8. There was no step 9 because step 8 was the last step. And you've paused as you realize it's active. 7 goes to 659, 658,
Arkol
657,
sees that
656,
and he runs
656.
and jumps to Steel Tiger and goes, run, go. And we descend. Oh.
You muted yourself.
I just
Oh, sorry, I muted myself. Yeah. As he runs in his arms, Steel Tiger is overclocking his limbs and he is booking it. And he's on the radio. It's like, all right, the bomb is set. Beginning descent.
Yeah, Convoy switches back to focusing on the backpacks to make sure that we can.
All right. You guys are airborne. Nova.
Yes. Nova. Yeah, I mean, I got a bit of a head start, right? So.
Yep.
Convoy, where am I going?
I can tell the drones where to go.
Okay.
Once you jump off, pretty much they're in control, right?
Yeah, I mean you can manually control it, but like I would have highlighted where our exit because that was something I did last session.
Then I head to the exit and just get out of there.
You paraglide down and whatnot. The most prominent access point actually is on the edge of Whimsyland, which is kind of ironic because that's where two titans decided to level the playing field. As the paragliders, touch down, the titans have come to near end. The massive form of scale, blood, teeth lay sprawled out in the baking sun. There's no breath. There's a distant shallow beat in the astral that can be felt by our two casters as the life force from this thing bleeds slowly into existence. The giant mech, on the other hand, has fared not better, as it itself looks to be badly damaged. Bite mark looks to have compromised the cockpit. As you are all landing in Whimsyland, or what was Whimsyland.
Well, that's the end of this place. And I land by the gift shop and I grab a snow globe of Elephant the elephant and jump off the edge. There you go, kids. Don't agree to boons. You can't cash or whatever.
I think it paid off. I believe Elwin's in the angel, right?
Yeah. I don't think
That was that wasn't a drone. That was a mecha. Required a pilot to be in it.
Yeah.
He's our hero Yui right now.
Heroes go down in legends as deceased things. So I'm not a hero. I'm a criminal. Bye-bye.
Heading toward that large sewer opening to hit that big wave to take you out of here. Big, lush surge of water that will get you to safety. Convoy, the icon, Arcole, the icon, everyone who can see in the AR, the icon for that mecha is still on.
For the mecha that the paladin was in?
Yeah. Still functioning. It's still a device.
I mean, I want to go over there in general.
Okay.
The dragon is all the way dead?
You can feel its life force leaving. Something this large takes hours to die.
Arcole, out of the two of them, will choose the mech to go over to and assess its damage.
Cockpit opens and Elwin can be seen inside. He is not okay. Two titans, the paladin and the beast who fought, both have perished in the actions. Their wounds are permanent. Magic might bring them back. Might.
Is there any way for Arcole to remotely open up the suit?
Yes.
In order.
Yeah,
okay.
of course. Yeah.
Then he pulls that open and goes over to Techno and just says, "He's helped us. I know it doesn't have to be part of any sort of deal or anything. Just if you help, don't say anything. Just to help him, please."
Yeah. I will do that. I can go try to heal him. I really am. I really want to like astrally commune with this dragon. I feel so worried about what it was saying about like the end of humanity. But let me go heal this guy first.
Okay.
Yeah. If Tech and Convoy want to jump out of my arms before I jump. Feel free.
No, I actually, yeah, I wanted to fly by myself. I would have asked you to drop me. I wanted to hang glide by myself.
That's right, girlfriend. Control your own future. I'm out.
Yes, you got it. You got your girl. Big paycheck, permanent, good job down in California.
Girl
Peace, people. Yeah, girl power.
Okay, to heal, I gotta roll sorcery and magic. This is against what's his essence?
Oh god, probably like a 1, maybe a 2. He's got a butt ton of cyberware.
Okay.
Let me double check.
Convoy's gonna get out of Nova's arms and go over there as well.
Cool.
He's not interested in Elwin.
All right. He has a 2, so 5 minus 2 is 3.
3.
3
So I
per
can only
box.
heal. I know. Yeah, I can only heal 1 box.
Yep, that's what you got.
Do you think if I gave him like a trauma patch or something that would help?
It would keep him alive a little bit longer.
I'll do that. I'll send the drone off of.
Because he's got overflow right now.
Yeah, I'll take the drone off of our Cole and send it over, and I'll be like, we should probably get him out of here.
All right, so you're putting which drone onto the medical drone, or you're?
Yeah, I keep the medical drone on our Cole, and since he's over there, I'll send him over there to give the trauma patch.
All right, the medical drone flies over and goes, this person has been received bad damage, blah, blah, blah. I will now strike him. I will give him drugs. He is fine now. He will not die.
Over on Elwyn's side, our Cole is going to say you upheld your side of the deal. Thank you.
Are we out of the blast radius?
Did you just make it?
No.
We have to go.
All right, let's leave.
I need some dragon blood. Can I get some dragon blood, please? At least.
You go. I'm pulling Elwyn out of the mech unless there's room for him to stay in there while I get in.
Yeah, there's room. You guys, our Cole pulled him out, so like, yeah, there's plenty of room.
All right, I'm getting in.
Okay. You pull yourself in. All right. Oh, there's a seatbelt and another seatbelt. Okay, this is cool. There's a bit of blood in here.
You about to hop in?
He just did. He just did. The little hatch thing, like half-ass closes
I'll tell
down.
Steel Tiger to grab Elwyn if he wants, but I don't care.
You're going to need to make a piloting roll for this one.
That's fine. Can I jump into this thing?
Yes, you can hot sim in. He was hot simmed.
I am hot simming in.
So this is from a video game you guys probably played. It's called GTA Grand Theft Auto. This is Grand Theft Mecca.
Grand Theft
so
Gundam.
Our Cole, knowing what Convoy is about to do and just blast off, is going to say, our Cole is going to ask, can I take your knowledge for Convoy on how to pilot this?
Okay.
To get out of here.
I reckon he's not going to need it in about 5 minutes and 15 seconds.
You look down and like, oh no, it's 5 minutes and 5 seconds.
Since he's cyberware to the tip, our Cole is already breaking in at this point. And whatever is stored in him in order for, this mech training is immediately being downloaded over at Convoy, if at all possible.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I get that. All right. So Convoy's stealing the mech. It's not stealing. I mean, it's government, but I don't know how you want to. This is just, anyways. Convoy's getting in the mech. You're downloading stuff from Elwyn. Nova is getting the fuck out of here because she's like, nope, I'm done. I did the job. I'm gonna get paid. Steel Tiger, you're carrying Elwyn out of here, or you just know?
Oh no, I'm not carrying Elwyn. I'm
got it. If he's not moving on his own, it's his own. Okay, got it. And Techno Siren, you have collected a sample of dragon's blood. We're just gonna say you have some because that's freaking epic.
Great.
All who aren't getting into the mecha are getting into the sewers to be ejected into the bay where Mama Bear is at. Where Mama Bear has blown open the hatch so Mama Bear can fly you guys out into the city. Right?
Yes.
I think I'm just off the edge completely. I'm gone on my own.
Okay, so instead of getting a Mama Bear, you just walked over to the opening and it's like, whee!
Yep.
Sounds great. Anybody else want to follow that route?
I'm motion sick. I'm hopping down in. I know that being in water isn't great, but not being in the air is better.
Okay, so you're
Mama
dragging
bear.
the near unconscious Elwyn into Mama
Mhm.
Bear.
Yes.
And I'm assuming Techno Siren, are you
I'm jumping.
flying off the edge or getting into
Yeah.
Mama Bear?
Yeah, let's go. We're flying off the edge.
You're flying off the edge too.
Yeah.
Got it. Steel Tiger. All right.
I
So
am now
Mama Bear.
spoken.
Steel Falcon. And then Mama Bear goes. All right, so yeah. Convoy. What happens
how much?
next?
I check the AR. I assume Arcole has put the timer of the bomb
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
onto my AR.
It's overlaid on everyone right now.
The mech will stand up, kind of like, clearly damaged, but I'll like take a look around and I will find the building where the water spirit is.
That is actually not on the Emerald City. It is in Seattle. So you would be leaving.
Oh, it's in Seattle. Okay. Well, in that
Yeah,
case,
you'd be-
I'm going to fly off the edge and go towards this building.
Okay. It is a very large dome. It's called the Civic Weather Sphere. And its opulence is very visible from a distance. It's like the Space Needle in Seattle. It's like, oh, there that thing is again. Wow, yeah, we all know it. And so they're this large flying mechanoid with ripped armor begins hurtling through the sky at pretty high speeds. This thing can like break Mach 2 if it needs to. Tell us what's happening. I'll let you. Your show at this point. Give us this ride.
Convoy, we did a bunch of. We know where it is. We know. We did enough on it, but I also have a mech. So I am just. My plan is to just fly straight towards it. I have no illusions as to try to deceive where I'm going. I'm heading straight for it. And from what I know, I'm going to try to dissect it open and try to break it apart. I imagine it, he first flies up a little bit, the mech kind of up, and then he just slowly turns and just like a falcon straight down towards the building.
And it's egg-shaped for the most part. It's not really spherical, but it's more egg-shaped. And so you know that that's where the machine is supposed to be. And so as you descend upon it, what do you get this mecha to do to it?
I'm going to take the sword. I'm going to cut a hole in the egg to see inside so that I can... Go ahead.
So
I can take out the machine specifically and not hurt the spirit.
Cutting an edge along one side opens the sphere up, and there's a bunch of machinery on the inside like you would expect, but the center seems to be hollow, very hollow, and there's nothing in there. It's empty. When that thing pops open, what you don't see, and what everyone else who is awakened feels, is the death of that spirit's essence finally having a chance to escape. And it spreads across the city. In the immediate area of the civil weather sphere, birds instantly die. Old men walking the street or awakened have heart attacks. The death that carries with this thing kills hundreds within short distance because there's so much magic pent up. After half a mile's distance away, the pain of that death hits people and doesn't kill as much, but hurts tremendously as the wave continues to grow farther and farther. At some point, the illustrious duo who are parasailing through the sky can feel a disturbance in the astral that is miserable, that hurts. Then the clouds on the horizon begin to come in, like a stampeding herd of horses from the north, from the east. The ground shakes. That water is flushing out of the Emerald City at this point. So, it's chaos at this point in time. There's a lot going on. People on the ground are really confused. The Emerald City is now belching out millions of gallons of water as it's trying to vibrate itself to pieces right before the detonation goes off. Storm clouds roll in to the city quickly, and Convoy, it looks like each one of those storm fronts have images in them. One of them of rolling horses stampeding from back east, heading west towards Seattle. From the north, it looks like almost a Neptunian god with a trident heading in the same direction. The ground shakes, the earth moves. The death of a great spirit is being felt. Roll the astral. Everything builds up for a moment. You can see the magic ebbing in all directions. Something inside that sphere begins to glow and grow. And then there's a blinding moment of light. You yourself, protecting your eyes. Before you open them again, and something is happening on the inside. And the city begins to change color as rain, a deluge, cacophony of thunder, brilliance display of lightning begins to pour down all across Seattle.
It rains.
Do a little barrel roll in the sky from joy.
Do a barrel roll.
I do a little barrel roll.
I don't know. I think Convoy thinks he succeeded. So if he sees the rain coming in, he has no idea.
What most people know as a barrel roll is actually an aileron roll.
There we go.
Yeah.
What? So wait, but the rain came back. The spirit, is it dead? Is it dead?
I know a tremendous amount of death.
An amount of death. Right, but it could be not all the way dead. Maybe only mostly dead. Yeah.
Those storm fronts look like angry spirits coming in.
Angry spirits, not ocean spirits, though. So my barrel roll, I still barrel rolled because it's not been a while since it rains, but it's less joyful.
Fantastic. Yeah, exactly. It rains. When you land, it's raining. When you walk away from your paraglider, it's raining. When you get into a vehicle, it's still raining. 10 minutes later, it's raining. 20 minutes later, it's raining. It is 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning, and the skies are black, and the streets are slick, and they're flooding, and people are standing outside looking up, and it's not stopping. It is beautiful. People are splashing themselves. They're drinking water from the sky. Cheering, laughter, happiness, echoes all over the place. And in this moment, you five have an opportunity to disappear. Leave the Mecca. I don't think you get to keep it.
I don't know where I'd hide it.
Epilogue time, people.
Yeah, I definitely take that opportunity to disappear from you guys.
No epilogue?
Who
No,
wants to?
this is what I'm doing next.
I'll go. I think Convoy probably meets up with wants to try to connect everyone, say like meet back, wherever you're hiding, or meet back with me, whichever. I don't know if people are going to safe houses, but Convoy will meet up with Mama Bear and drive back to his garage, and he'll kind of roll inside of the garage, shut down Mama Bear, and his head kind of like, he jumps out, head hits the dash. It's just quiet for the first time in a very long time. As the only sound is like the ticking of the engine cooling. He just takes a breath, deep sigh, and he'll hear the sound of a radio coming on. And on the radio, some coming from somewhere in the garage. And he'll hear a radio announcer say, "All right, cowpokes, this one goes out to William Darling from his ex. True love has a habit of coming back. No matter how far you wander, the Lone Star State will always bring you home. I hope those two lovebirds can work it out." And a sad country song comes on, kind of sputtering. Convoy head jerks off the steering wheel. He knows he's been found. So he jumps out of the truck. He starts barking orders at Willie, saying to like grab stuff, put it in the truck, time to go. Starts giving similar orders to all the drones around the garage, and then the perimeter alarms go off, and there's an explosion as the garage doors come in. The garage door like comes flying in, knocks Convoy off his feet. And then there's a flashbang. Everything's like ringing around him. His vision kind of blurs, and when he comes back to his senses, there's a Hooper mecha, like not super big like an angel, but like I'd say probably troll size or bigger, right?
Mm-hmm.
Comes in. It's got the Hooper logo on it, but it's got all of the Lone Star insignias all over it, as it's part of the Lone Star Force. And it stands over him, and where a face should be on the mech, there's just a screen, and across it, text starts rolling by, and it says, "Poor Billy boy, when will you learn? I took your eyes when you wouldn't look away. You try to run, so now I take your legs." And the mech comes down and crushes Convoy's legs. You hear bones shatter. Let's see. Oof. Here. Convoy cries out, and then you hear a shotgun fired from somewhere in the garage. And the 3 slugs that come out hit the mech, throw it off balance for a moment. You see Willie standing there with Convoy's 3-barreled shotgun. And he shot all 3 at once. And it gets him off balance, gets Convoy just enough time to give, commands to all his drones to attack this mech, except for one. And his little tool belt comes off and starts crawling towards the side of the garage. Pulls out the blowtorch that it has and lights a barrel of oily rags on fire. And you watch as the fire goes up the wall and into the roof, and immediately sets everything on fire above the roof, as there's a fire catch set ready to go, a fail safe. Willie runs over and picks up Convoy bodyguard style. And just
the arms of an angel.
Slow-mo, runs me over to Mama Bear, puts me in, helps me jump in. And he gets in as well. Convoy takes over Mama Bear, hits it in reverse, and comes around. He tries to use the mechanical arm to punch the mech, but the mech at this point is finished off the last of the garage mechs. Catches the arm, and they're kind of locked in before the gun on Mama Bear pops up and shoots a grenade into the chest of the mech, kind of blowing them apart. And Convoy goes up out of the garage door, fill in your epic chase scene here as Lone Star and Hooper drones are following me as I'm trying to run away. And then it ends with Convoy saying, Randy, I hope you stayed close. Like I asked, go to the meeting spot and drop the ramp. It's time for a little Texas two-step. And so Convoy is driving up, nearing the location, and there's 2 Lone Star cars on either side of him. Convoy uses the arm to grab one, and as he's doing a bootleg turn, because the 18-wheeler that Randy is driving is all set up with the ramp down, he does a bootleg turn around, uses the weight of the car that he's grabbed to swing around and hit the other car on the other side and make the bootleg turn, and goes into the 18-wheeler as the ramp shuts. Convoy's gone.
Randy, Convoy, and Willie disappear into the highways.
And we listen to Willie Nelson singing Buddy as the credits roll.
Oh. That was fantastic.
That's Convoy.
Oh, wow. Okay. Techno Siren, you want to go after that?
Well, to be honest with, does anybody else try to show up to convoys?
Well, when you do, it's on fire.
I was gonna say, I kind of feel
There's
like
Lone Star everywhere.
I had to take an extra walk around the block because I'm feeling really disoriented and upset about all of the really heavy magical death that's happened tonight. Just like a whole lot has happened. But I heard the call for garage beers, and I figured that by the time I was ready to get back that they would all be there. And I like show up on my bike maybe a little bit later than I think, and I'm just like ready to roll up, and it's all on fire. And I would take a little bit of time to like try to sift through it to see what I can find, and I could see like there's blood everywhere, and there's like a whole like the hooper gear and like all of this. I mean, any like little like debris like laying around, and I don't know. I feel like I would wait for a little while, but I don't. If nobody else shows up, or when nobody else shows up, and I start to feel like sketchy, I run off, and I think Techno's on her own for a while. I think that actually she does her best. Well, she doesn't really try to disappear, though, is the thing. Like, you just don't know where she is. She gets pretty good at like hiding herself. She tries to get famous filming really risky, dangerous acts and turning them into BTL chips. I
mean, that's a thing. That's a good. It's a thing. I'm sure Silk can help you. Yeah, I'm sure Silk can help you with some of that.
Yeah, so I would eventually go to her then with my business plan. But I spend at least a couple of months on my own, just being moody.
You reach out to Seraphina and
actually,
let her know.
Tell her about Elwyn.
Okay. Bring some closure to that.
Yeah.
She'll more than happy to open her door for you.
How's the baby?
I think at this point she's probably getting close to popping, so she's probably about to have a baby. Probably be good to have somebody else around who can help out with that.
I could probably
That's
figure
a
out
thing.
how to help with that. Yeah.
What about Nova? Do you want to give any more details, Nova, about your epilogue other than a disappear?
Well, Nova jumps off the edge, and she's got a head start with everyone. And during the midst of the rain, she looks back and sees her friends not far behind, and she veers off and lands near the southern part of the city. And she starts walking, and she catches some rides. She hitchhikes as far as she can to get away from Seattle. And at some point, if anyone checks, her comm goes offline. And fast forward, one day, there's an apartment building in San Diego. And there's some keys, and the door rattles. And someone who looks like Nova, but isn't. She's changed. She looks a little different. She's wearing really clean clothes, not a weird uniform. There is a little name tag. It reads Nora W. She sets the keys on the counter and she goes to the living room and she says, PMax, turn on the television. And on the television, there is an episode of a very old game show. One of the contestants goes, sea creatures for 1,000. Originally bred to protect water pollutants, this were publicly marketed as aquarium pets. And before anyone can even hit that button, Glowfish is shouted. Screen goes black.
It's fantastic. I love it. I'm loving all of them. All right, Steel Tiger, you're up.
Steel Tiger makes his way back to the tea shop, and while he's there, he walks in, takes his mil-spec off, takes his sword off, and goes downstairs and puts them back into his hidden cubby downstairs in the basement. And as he comes back upstairs, he leaves the door open, and he is enjoying hearing the first natural rain he's heard in many, many years. And he brews a pot of tea and just waits for the next customer to come in. Yeah, that's him.
That's beautiful. It's very fitting for your character. That fits so very well. I love it. Only one left.
So, after...
You're muted.
Muted in Discord, not in OBS. They heard that. After being pushed out of the sewer line and immediately into Mama Bear, both Arcole and Elwyn are, before anything with Convoy is taken over the tea shop, where Mama Bear, sensing assumably that Convoy is in danger, pushes us out and heads over to the shop.
No, we're assuming that at some point Mama Bear took you with Convoy and dropped you off at your place. That's probably what happened. And then he went back to his place and said,
okay.
Hey, everybody, we should meet up. That's what I'm assuming.
Yeah. A reminder that we can't have garage beers because the refrigerator's broken.
Exactly.
There's a can.
No, I ordered a new one, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it hadn't
Ain't
showed
hearing
up that
But-
story-wise. So I mean,
with Convoy's message going out to meet up over at the garage, is the hand still accessible to him at this point with everyone on it?
Nova's not on it.
Nova's gone.
By this time, she's probably turned hers off. But that would be the only person not on it, yeah.
And I can see everything that just happened to Convoy.
Mm-hmm.
Then if I'm without any way to get there, then I'm first going to the tea shop. And I want to let Techno know, because I'm not going to send them with the AR image or video of anything that had happened. I just want them to know that Convoy's in rough shape. Do I know that he's getting out of there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you watched him flee and everything. But I think at this point in time, the most valuable piece of information that would be useful to you is the fact that they're tracking everyone through your pan. That's how they knew where Convoy was going back to. That's how they knew where to find you guys. That's one of the things you guys messed up on, because you weren't always keeping it safe. So staying on the pan is actually probably more dangerous than for everyone else. Calling everyone else is probably just as dangerous at this point in time. You blew up part of Emerald City. You emptied all the water from it. You took out the civic weather sphere. Of course, Thought's gonna call everything down on you. You've taken from her so much that she's worked for. She's gonna pull every string. She pulled a string to get a dragon to come down. Anything she can use against you guys, she's gonna try.
Knowing the common factor there, in that case, Arkol is going to completely disconnect the pan, and he was going to not take anything from his previous home, his little subway hovel, and he is going to go try to find a new place, probably more secluded. And knowing that he got to spend some time with some flesh and blood people is going to be enough. And he is going to go through and attempt to wipe them clean like he always has. Any memory that has been stored in his system, any figment of a face has been wiped. And all he has is Gross, and that's all he needs.
Fade to black.
Woo. Can the scene at the end of the credits just be like a still image of a box that's the size of a mini fridge with like a label on it that's just like sitting in the garage, in like the rubble of the garage, left to be opened?
Yes, perfect. With a delivery of beer in the delivery box sitting next to it. There's the refrigerator in its delivery box, and beer as well next to it. No connection made.
Oh no.
There's a hashtag Nova Fact underneath the image. and it's hashtag Albert Einstein is the co-inventor of the refrigerator.
Love that one.
Is that a real Nova Fact?
Yeah, Albert Einstein was a co-inventor of the refrigerator. Yes.
Sick.
I also could have chosen the other one that says nearly 100% of Americans have refrigerators.
Nearly.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have a home, you most likely have a refrigerator. Yeah.
Unless you live in the North Pole area,
what is-
like the part of Alaska where you just stick stuff outside for it to be cold. Most people don't need a refrigerator; they need heaters.
Polar bear,
Einst-
though.
Einstein and a former student created a patent for the fridge in 1930 after hearing about a family that had perished as a result of a previous fridge leaking toxins.
I would also perish if I was without cold beer.
It's all
So-
cyclical.
Thanks
I
for
want to
running,
thank
Max.
you guys. This was a fantastic ending. I'm crushed by everything, you guys. It's really great. Like succinct endings. We've got the professional Shadowrunner becoming a professional corp executive. We've got the runner going back to his peaceful life as a tea shop operator, a businessman. Got one on the run from his past, and we have another one like trying to figure life out. It's like, what is going on? I just got started. It's so great. I loved every moment. I hope you guys also loved the background story that was going on with everything in this as well, because it strikes a chord with the life that we live right now and the world that we live in. Hopefully, for our viewers, when they watch this, they go, oh, yeah, I kind of see that. I had fun writing this. I had fun running this. This past year has been really great. I looked forward to Thursday nights. I'm going to miss Thursday night running games. So
I miss it too. Thank you, Max. That was incredible. It was a great story.
Yeah.
Thanks for leading us on the journey.
yeah, I
Had
have
a good time. Thank you so much.
had a good
Yeah.
time too.
That was fantastic.
I've made some really great friends. You guys are awesome. And we should definitely do this again.
Yeah, I mean, hashtag Nova Fact, the last one. I have loved playing with all of you.
Oh,
Thank you.
the final Nova fact.
Well, maybe not the final one, because
Yeah.
Oh, you got out.
Just warped into the Matrix. Just gone.
Amber, are you there?
Oh no. No, she actually warped into the Matrix.
I'm curious.
That was the last thing.
She's gone. That was it.
It's gone.
Oh!
She's gone.
She's in San Francisco San
Well,
Diego now. or
We as
whatever.
humans will never actually hear from Amber again because she's just playing it very close to character. Just gone.
Sticking with the game. I'd like to thank the audience for hanging out with us. I hope you guys have had as much fun as we've had being part of this. I'm Max from Original Box Set. This is the crew from Rem Alternis and Rough Magic. So we're going to do some quick shout outs, and if you guys want to participate in that, you can. I have my own channel over on Twitch. I do some stuff. Got a Discord. I hang out with the people at Rough Magic. I run games online. So if you like what I did here, definitely look up Rough Magic, and we can drop a link here into the chat. Yada yada yada. Convoy is. I'll let you do your own introductions.
My name is Christian. I'm from Rough Magic, and Shadowrun is such a fun game. It is a very difficult game to play unless you got a group of friends who are really into it. So like Max said, if you want to get a chance, give it a play. It's a great way to come to roughmagic.com. We've got a couple game masters who are ready to teach and run a game for you. It's super fun. I can say that because I've been playing it for the last year. It's awesome. That and any other TTRPG, but I love this game and I had such a great time. So thank you, everyone.
Arcole.
I get to plug things whatever I want on here forever. I'm good.
All right.
I appreciate you all sticking around, and I can't wait to see you next season.
Yeah, Techno Siren.
Yeah, I'll be back next season too. That'll be really great. But I will forever miss my very first Shadowrun character. This was really fun. This was really great. But yeah. Cool. See you later. Bye.
And last but not least, Steel Tiger.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's me, Chris. I'm just a random guy on the internet. I don't really have anything really to plug. But I think, am I playing next season? I'm not sure. If I am, I'll see you then. If not, it was a blast seeing everybody.
Are you?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
No, I mean I don't know if Tom has got any seats left open. We can talk about that in post.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. But well, much love, everybody. Love each other. Love yourselves, and stay safe.
Before that, actually, I did make up a scene for our resident artist. If she would like to go and plug herself a little bit.
She can't. She's fell
not
from the
here.
Did she fall?
She fell.
Oh,
Yeah,
remember, I didn't
fell.
see her. Anyways, this is all of her great art. Here's her link right here to go to Instagram.
And you need to do real quick, RemPC.
Ooh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
We never did it.
Okay, so
This is the
I
last moment. Do it now.
didn't see your fall from the call. I'm sorry. So if let me see. I plugged that.
Yeah, if
up
you had a
in
chance to put in
here.
hashtag RemPC.
If you do it literally
polls
right
would-
now, then it doesn't matter because I picked it up back a couple minutes ago.
Right. Never mind.
That would
Stop
be
typing.
Radagast 25. You have won the
Ayo.
RIM PC giveaway. And let me see. Let me plug that into the chat. Or rather, I will wait until right after because I cannot find it. There we go. You have won the last RIM PC giveaway for season 2, and we hope to see you in season 3 as well.
Wowie.
Yeah.
Final awkward goodbye.
Final awkward goodbye.
Just the cute little wave. Hang on, sorry. I had like 3 other windows open at the same time. Give me just a quick second.
awkward
What are we doing? Are we done?
Yep,
Just a little bit.
No,
Hang
I
on.
don't know.
No.
We're waiting. I
It's
think
gotta be
you
Hang
awkward.
on.
actually ended.
Just wait. Just wait a
Just-
second.